Morning, Theodore Edgecomb appearing by Anika Mod. Attorney Gabby Moore.
All right, it's about 8:45. The jury's back. Mr. Hubner, who you planning on calling this morning? Can you give me a right? I know. After that.
After that will be a detective who got a bullet, unless I can get it in through the ME, and then we'll probably be going to Miss Clermont.
So 2 witnesses and then Mrs. Clermont?
Yeah.
All right. All right, I'm bringing the jury in. Everybody can remain seated. The defendant's in court, in custody, in street clothes. We'll bring the jury in. Yes, jury's coming in. All right, the jury's back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good evening. We're going to get right back to testimony. The medical examiner is still on the stand. If you can raise your right hand, be sworn in again, please.
Thank you. My name is Philip Douglas Kelly, Philipkelley.
Doctor, where we had left off was at the, yesterday, was talking about the gunshot wound that the victim had received to the face. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, the bullet that entered the victim's head was recovered inside his head, is that correct?
That's correct.
Where was it recovered?
It was, according to the report, it was recovered under the scalp to the left back of the head.
And did you observe photos of where that bullet was recovered?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 44. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is the photo of the bullet that Dr. Smith took at the time of autopsy.
That's the bullet that was pulled from the victim's head, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
44. No problem. Doctor, just from looking at it, you yourself cannot tell us the caliber of that bullet.
No, I cannot.
Now, additionally, doctor, you had mentioned that the victim had suffered other what appeared to be abrasions and scrapes consistent with potentially falling down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 42, 43, 45, and 46. If you could take a look at those for me, tell me if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize them.
What do they show?
These are photographs that were taken at autopsy that show the abrasions to the back of the left shoulder, to the the back of the left hand, and to the upper left arm.
Could be consistent with the victim falling or something happening towards the left side of his body after being shot.
Yes, could be.
Showing you on the big screen, we see 42, which is the shoulder, is that correct?
Yes.
43 is the left hand.
Yes.
45 is what?
45 is the left arm.
And is 46 kind of a draw, like a weird photo of that?
Yeah. Yes.
We're on to the State's Exhibits numbers 42 through 46 in evidence. They may already moved to 44, but just to be certain. Additionally, doctor, was there toxicology results present?
It was.
Did he have a alcohol?
He did.
What was the blood alcohol?
His blood alcohol concentration was 0.121 in the blood.
And did he have traces of THC in his system?
The screen was positive for a THC metabolite. It would have to be confirmed for us to say for certain that that's a true result.
And what was that?
I'm sorry.
What was that?
The confirmation? No, we didn't confirm the metabolite.
And the metabolite, can you tell us, is it possible to say how long that's in his system?
No.
Could have been that night, could have been the night before, you know.
I don't. There was no THC, the tetrahydrocannabinol itself. That was the metabolite that was found in the screen again.
And again, just we're talking about metabolite. You're a doctor. I'm barely a lawyer. What does that mean?
It's a breakdown product. So drugs break down into other products, which then get removed from the body by the urine or other means.
So this is something that had been breaking down in his system.
That's correct.
You didn't see, like you say, the alcohol. This, don't know how long this one was in his system, but the body was breaking it down.
Right. I can't even, without confirming it, I can't tell you that it's a true result.
You can't even tell us right now, based on your expert opinion, that it in fact was THC.
That's correct.
But he did have alcohol, right?
He did.
And that was at a .12.
Correct.
Okay. Now, doctor, based on everything we have discussed, based on your autopsy, all of these findings, based on the autopsy that you observed, the photos, the notes, the diagrams, the report, was this enough for you to be able to come to a conclusion as to the cause of natural death?
Yes.
Are these the sorts of facts and data that someone in your field as a forensic pathologist would use to come to a conclusion as to cause of natural death?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So first of all, what was your conclusion as to the cause of the victim's death?
The cause of death was a gunshot wound to the head.
What was your conclusion as to the manner of the victim's death?
The manner is homicide.
Thank you.
Ross?
Thank you, Jim. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just had some follow-up questions for you. And we went through some of your testimony yesterday. It's going to educate all of us about the science behind medical examinations and autopsies. So I just want to recap a few topics. Now, just to be clear in this case, as you said, you didn't actually physically conduct the autopsy on the morning of September 23rd, 2020, right?
That's correct.
That was Dr. Smith.
Correct.
Okay. And there are other medical examiners besides you and Dr. Smith at the MD's office here in Milwaukee?
Yes.
Just approximately how many?
Well, there are 5 of us in the office now. Dr. Smith has moved on to another office.
Okay, so he's no longer with the office.
That's correct.
Now, normally, would you testify as to your own autopsy, or do you fill in for other examiners?
Normally, I testify to my own autopsies as well, but when necessary, somebody has to fill in.
Okay. So, obviously, you didn't have the opportunity to inspect or examine Mr. Clearman's body, right?
That's correct.
So we were talking yesterday about what you had reviewed. If you could just recap for us, you reviewed the photographs in this case, right?
Yes.
You reviewed the autopsy report that Dr. Smith had drafted.
That's right.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, the autopsy report, the toxicology, the photographs, as you mentioned, and then the investigator's report.
The investigator's report?
Yeah, our investigator's report.
Do you remember who the investigator was?
I don't. We have investigators, and they respond to scenes and take some photographs and document the scene, examine the body of the scene. So those things are put in the report. So it gives us a synopsis of what was seen by them at the scene.
Okay, now yesterday we were talking about things such as range. I believe you had mentioned that in this case, your opinion was that the gunshot was fired from an intermediate range. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So let's kind of break that down a bit. In your field, is it fair to say that things are categorized in, when it comes to gunshot ranges, in 3 different categories?
Well, in several categories, not necessarily 3, but there's obviously contact range, there's close contact and tight contact, there's intermediate range, and then there's the indeterminate range we talked about.
Okay, can you just kind of give us an overview of the different ranges that there are when it comes to estimating distance when a firearm is discharged?
Sure. The contact range, which we'll just put that in one category. Contact range means that the skin is in contact with the surface of the muzzle. And so there are certain features that we would look for in those types of cases, and including abrasions to the skin. Sometimes it actually will create a an abrasion that mimics the characteristics of the muzzle. So it's a muzzle stamp, if you will, and it actually can be a very close copy of the muzzle. You can look at the end of the muzzle, and it looks just like what you see in the abrasion on the skin. Then as you get a little further away, you'll see some soot to the skin, maybe the beginnings of intermediate range, but when you are gunpowder stippling. But when you see gunpowder stippling, that's when we call that an intermediate range gunshot wound. And that means that, as I said before, that can start even as close as a half an inch and can extend out for several feet. Beyond that, there's nothing that hits the skin that gives us any clue as to the distance, and so we just call those indeterminate range.
Okay. So indeterminate range is something that exceeds intermediate range. Is that fair to say?
That's true.
And generally speaking, I believe you said that the maximum range when it comes to intermediate range would be maybe up to 4 feet.
In general, handguns, the gunpowder doesn't have enough energy to create the scrapes on the skin or embed in the skin beyond about 4 feet.
And we were looking at a photo yesterday. I believe it was Exhibit 47. Specifically referring to the photograph that we had observed. Exhibit 47, just to refresh everyone's memory. So, these dots here that we see at the top of Exhibit 47, this is what you're referring to as stippling, right?
It is. This is the edge. This is a much more dense pattern when you look at the front of the face around the wound itself.
Okay, so it is a dense pattern. My question about that is, so just so we can kind of understand from our common experiences, so stippling is basically, if you could just describe again to us what that is.
Certainly. So as I said, the gunpowder that leaves the barrel of the gun, it's traveling with some speed and therefore with some energy. When it hits the skin, if it has enough energy to actually scrape the skin or to embed in the skin, it'll create these little punctate or pinpoint or slightly elongated abrasions or scrapes, and we refer to those as gunpowder stippling.
Okay, so it's kind of just, you think of it kind of like as a spray that comes from the gun?
Yes.
So let's say I have a spray can, I got a paint can, and if I was holding it very close to, let's say, a wall or any other flat surface, there'd be a denser pattern. And then as I moved that spray can backwards, it would kind of disperse into a more larger area, right?
That's right.
So it's kind of just like a spray can or a paint can that we use in common experience, the same kind of concept, right?
Same general concept, yeah.
Okay. So if there's a denser pattern, it would be consistent with something being much closer, and if it's a more sparse or spread out pattern, then it would be consistent with it being farther, right?
That's right.
Okay. And you're aware that Dr. Smith's opinion in this case was about this being from 2 to 3 inches to 2 feet, right?
Did I say that again? I'm sorry.
The intermediate range being 2 to 3 inches to up to 2 feet in this specific case.
And who said that?
Dr. Smith?
No, I'm not aware of any comments Dr. Smith gave.
Okay, so you weren't aware of that. But as far as your opinion in this case, I believe you said intermediate range could be anywhere from, I believe you said a half an inch to 4 feet?
Yeah, as I said yesterday, I'm being conservative about this because, certainly you can see a little bit of gunpowder stippling with some gunshot wounds even at a half an inch away. But obviously it becomes a little more a little more concentrated when you get a few inches away. But the 4 feet is, again, a generalization. We just know that handguns, the gunpowder leaving a handgun doesn't have as much energy as you get out around that range. And testing of some of these weapons has shown that it dissipates completely by 3.5 feet or so. So my conservative answer was that this is within 4 feet.
Okay. And you wouldn't see any pattern after 3.5 feet, generally speaking?
They would dissipate to the point where, as I said, they would dissipate to the point where you wouldn't see these injuries to the skin. These would scatter, and there would be so few that you wouldn't see any.
Okay. Now, in your review of the autopsy protocol that was authored by Dr. Smith, you were able to determine certain facts you had to rely on that report, right?
Yes, I relied on that report.
Such as Mr. Clearman was, do you remember what his weight was?
Yes, he was 250 pounds.
And the height?
I believe he was 75 inches, 6 foot 3 inches.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 13. I'm going to introduce what's marked as Defense Exhibit 12. Tell us you recognize this.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you tell us what it is, Doctor?
This is a copy of the toxicology report on the deceased.
Okay, and you had reviewed that as part of your work in this case, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Permission to publish, Judge?
Well, for what purpose?
Well, I have some questions about the blood alcohol concentration. I mean, this is a business record. It should be.
They don't need to see that. That's not going to illuminate anything. No. Ask the questions. They don't need to see a document like that. It's just a bunch of numbers that are not going to make sense to the jury anyways. No, denied. Ask the questions.
All right, well, I'm going to hand you this exhibit, Doctor. Hand it back to you. So, you were referring to the blood alcohol concentration. And what was the blood alcohol concentration? Excuse me, blood alcohol concentration that was Mr. Clearman's blood at the time of the autopsy?
It was 0.121.
Now, in that document, are there two different blood alcohol concentrations that are measured?
The other blood alcohol concentration that you're seeing there is the vitreous fluid, which is from within the eye.
Okay.
Say that again, Doctor.
Oh.
Say that more clearly and, no offense, a little more articulately so that all of us common people can get it.
Sorry, Your Honor. That's the fluid from within the eye.
Okay. And they're about the same, right?
Yes, they are.
So one indicates vitreous blood alcohol concentration, and the other one, which is the other one? How is that pronounced?
The one is vitreous and the other is blood, iliac blood.
Iliac.
Specifically.
Can you spell those, Doctor?
Certainly. ILIAC.
And the other one starts with a V.
The other one is VITREOUS.
Thank you.
Okay, so what's the difference between those two? You said vitreous is something that's extracted from the eye, and from my understanding, that's like a gel-like fluid, right?
It's thicker, yes. The difference is we collect both those specimens routinely. We collect both the specimens routinely. Obviously, the blood is tested generally for all substances. The vitreous fluid, what's useful about the alcohol level in the vitreous is that the body equilibrates between the vitreous and the blood. In other words, substances in the blood, basically take a couple of hours, 1 or 2 hours to equilibrate or to match what's in the blood. And so you can kind of think of the vitreous as a look back an hour or two. So, for instance, if we were to see that the vitreous level is much higher than the blood level, that would tell us that the blood alcohol is on its way down, that it was higher previously. If it's lower, it tells us that the alcohol level is on its way up. So these are about the same. So they're basically that just tells us that it tells us that they're the same. It tells us that the blood alcohol levels are 0.12 at the time of death.
Okay, so when someone unfortunately dies or passes away, well, let me back up. So normally, blood alcohol, right, is absorbed through the body, and then as time progresses, the body can eliminate that, and people basically can sober up, right?
Yes, the body metabolizes alcohol, begins metabolizing alcohol immediately.
And how does the body metabolize it? Like, what organs are used to do that?
It's metabolized in the liver.
Okay. And just a small percentage might be through like sweat or urine or breath, things like that, right?
Yeah, a small amount can be lost in the urine, for instance,
But I'm going to just take a guess here, doctor. So when someone passes away, though, this was my original question, the body's elimination rate, if you could just educate us on, is there any sort of dissipation of alcohol after death? And if so, how long does that last until the body just ceases to function?
I think I understand your question. After death, the alcohol level is actually pretty stable. Once a person decomposes, the story is different, but this obviously isn't that type of case. But until you start seeing decomposition, those alcohol levels are pretty reliable.
Okay, so the 0.12 would have likely been very accurate as the BAC at the time Mr. Clearman died. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as the THC, that was some trace amount, I believe you said it was a metabolite.
It's a metabolite, so it's a breakdown product of THC. The fact it was picked up on our screen, it means that we detected that substance on the screen, but in order for it to be confirmed, we would have had to run an additional test. But since it's a metabolite, we didn't run a confirmation on this case.
Okay, so there's really no way to determine when that THC, if it was consumed, when it would have been consumed?
That's correct.
Now, are you familiar with, just generally speaking, the amount of alcohol that individuals consume that, and excuse me, in terms of drinks that can result in a certain blood alcohol concentration level?
I would have to brush up on that. I'm not real, my memory's not that good. Sorry.
So you're not as familiar with blood alcohol concentrations, like, if someone weighs this much and they had this many drinks, what their likely PAC would have been?
I'm not able to calculate that for you right now, no.
All right, and then you were telling us about cause of death and manner of death. So you said cause of death was a gunshot to the head, right?
Correct.
And then manner of death, you said it was a homicide, as in that just refers to someone else had shot the weapon that I killed or shot the gun that discharged the bullet that resulted in the death of Mr. Clearman, right?
That's correct.
As in it wasn't a suicide or anything like that.
That's correct.
And that, of course, has nothing to do with whether it was in self-defense or not in self-defense, right?
No, it has nothing to do with that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Stayed.
Okay, thank you.
You can step down, doctor. Thank you. Who's the state's next witness?
State calls Detective Sullivan.
The sworn testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Start off, you got it.
I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, starting first.
Jeffrey Sullivan, Jeffrey, Sullivan, Sullivan.
Detective, how are you employed? You can remove your mask too.
I'm a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department assigned to the Homicide Division.
How long have you been with homicide?
About 8 years.
I want to draw your attention specifically to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes,
And did there come a time that you were at the medical examiner's office for a reason?
yes, the next day.
And what was the purpose of that?
To monitor the autopsy of the victim.
And what is the purpose of having a detective monitoring the autopsy?
To make note of any visible injuries on the deceased, to recover any evidence from the deceased given to us by the doctor.
And would that include any projectiles or bullets or anything that may have been recovered from inside the victim's body?
Yes,
In this case, regarding Mr. Clearman's autopsy, were you present when something was removed from inside his head?
I was.
What was that?
The doctor removed a projectile from the back of the victim's head during the autopsy and ultimately gave it to me.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 50. I'd ask you to take a look at it. Tell me if you recognize it.
This appears to be the envelope that I packaged the projectile in, and it indicates the same grain that I recovered, until the doctor gave it to me during the autopsy.
All right, and Detective, just going to kind of look a little bit at the top of the exhibit. Is there anything else there?
The projectile, a bullet.
Okay, so this has both the envelope as well as the actual projectile that was removed from the victim's head.
Yes,
Does this have all the hallmarks, notations, initials, inventory numbers that let us know that you were the person who took this from the ME's office and inventoried it?
yes,
And does this packaging let us know that this was later looked at by the crime lab?
yes.
Your Honor, State moves State's Exhibit number 50 in evidence. I have no further questions of this witness.
Proceed. Any cross?
Yes. Good morning, Detective.
Morning.
Just a couple questions. So you were present when the autopsy was conducted along with Dr. Smith, right?
Yes,
I mean, obviously, you were able to testify about the casing. So in your investigation, you also learned that the gunshot was fired from an intermediate range, right?
I learned that through speaking with the doctor.
Okay, you also learned as part of your investigation that the estimate was anywhere from 2 to 3 inches to 2 feet, correct?
Your words are 2 to 3 inches. I think it's several inches to 2 feet, yes.
Okay, several inches to up to 2 feet, right?
Yes,
Okay. And you had written a report about that and filed that?
yes.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Nothing else, thank you.
Fine. You can step down, detective. Who's the state's next witness?
Your Honor, the state will call Ms. Clearman. If, can we potentially just take a small break while we get our next witness down there?
Yes, we can take 5 or 10 minutes. I'll have my bailiffs lead the jury out. Everyone else is to remain seated and not move until the jury is excused. All right, 10-minute recess, off the record. She can come in. All right, we're going back on the record. The jury's not here. I'm going to bring the jury in. For the bailiffs, I don't want anybody coming in and out for the next hour while this testimony is going on. Nobody. And I don't want any disruptions in the gallery. Anything that borders on the disruption, you'll be removed. That applies to all sides. This is not on record. We'll talk about this later. All right, the jury, I'm bringing the jury in. Everybody's to remain seated and silent. Yes, jury's coming in. Everybody can remain seated and silent, please. All right, the jury's back. Ma'am, if you could stand and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
I do.
Okay, please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last for the record.
My name's Evangelina Clearman, spelled Evangelina Cleereman.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, who is Jason Claremont?
Jason Clearman is my husband.
I want to show you what has been marked for State's Exhibit number 85.
Mr. Newman, can you just adjust the mic a bit?
Will do. There you go. We'll just get you in a little bit. Is that better, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. I know you're soft-spoken, but if you could just kind of lean in. Who do we see here in State's Exhibit number 85?
Jason Clearman,
And that was your...
my husband. 23 years.
Do you have any kids?
2.
What did he do for a living?
He was an immigration attorney.
And did you help him?
I did.
Now, ma'am, I want to draw your attention to the day he died. You were present for that, weren't you?
Yes.
Okay. Before this incident, where had you and your husband been?
We had left work that day. We had I remember we worked really hard that day, and Jason was really proud of himself. He said, I really kicked the work out today, honey. And our plan was originally to just, go home and start dinner. But he said, I feel like going to Scaffidi's hideout to get a drink. And I said, okay, sure, we can do that.
So you went there for what, happy hour?
I think we missed the happy hour.
Now, when you went to Scaffidi's, how long were you there?
We were there a little over an hour.
And did he drink?
He did.
Did you drink?
I did.
How much did you have to drink?
I had 1 glass of wine.
How about your husband?
He had 3 beers.
Now, is Scaffidi's in any way, is it related to you or your husband?
Yes, it is. Scaffidi's is owned by my husband's brother-in-law, his sister's husband.
So this is a place you guys go?
Yes.
And is it close to where your law office was, or his law office was?
Half a mile.
Who drove to the bar?
Jason drove to the bar.
And when you guys decided to leave, who drove?
I drove.
How come you drove?
I drove because Jason asked me to drive. He said I'd rather be careful. He said I'm not drunk or I don't feel anything, but I'd rather be careful if you drove.
I want to show you what has been marked as States Exhibits numbers 19 and 20. Do you recognize that vehicle?
That is my vehicle.
Where is Scaffidi's?
It's on Humboldt. I don't know the exact cross street, but it's about 2 blocks north of Humboldt.
So when you left, which way did you head on Humboldt?
I was heading south on Humboldt.
And what street did you go to?
Well, I was proceeding straight. I was going to go back towards our office, and I was going to take it's Ogden, and then make a right to go past Pick and Save there, and then left on Jefferson to get onto the expressway. But at that moment, when I approached Brady Street, my husband said, it's a really nice day. Why don't you just take a right and drive down Brady Street?
Kind of scenic route.
A scenic route. Mm-hmm.
Were your windows up or down?
They were halfway down. Maybe a little bit less than halfway down.
So you're driving down Humboldt, you get to Brady. Which way do you turn?
I turn right on Humboldt onto Brady, so I'm heading west on Brady.
And while you're driving, do you encounter anybody on a bicycle?
Yes. I was driving down Brady. I remember I just had passed Dynamite. There's a restaurant on the north side of Brady. I just passed Dynamite, and all of a sudden, this bicyclist came out like Marshall and Brady, came off of the sidewalk into my lane in front of my car, and so I swerved very quickly to avoid hitting him. So I was-
And did your husband, the victim, did he say anything at this moment?
well, after I swerved and then went around, and my husband said, "What the heck?" He shouted out, "What the heck?"
Now, you remember him saying, "What the heck," is that correct?
That's what I remember.
Do you remember that night when you talked to officers, when they're first arriving on scene, saying that your husband said, "What the fuck"?
I don't remember saying that.
We'll come back to that in a little bit. So you're driving, just want to make sure, you're driving westbound on Brady, and this bicyclist comes kind of like what, from the sidewalk area into your lane?
From the sidewalk area into my lane, riding on the right side of my vehicle.
You had to swerve around him?
Yes.
Did you hit anything that night?
No.
Your husband makes a comment. What happens next?
So after that happened and my husband shouted out the window, "What the heck?" I kept driving, and he's like, "Can you believe that?" I said, "No, I can't believe that." And I kept driving, and then the light turned red, and we were stopped at the red light in front of, I think it was Zena's Pizza, or maybe it was the other restaurant. And then while we were sitting at the stoplight, the bicyclist came back to the vehicle, or approached the vehicle.
Now, I just want to stop you right there. You stated that you're stopped at a red light kind of by Zena's Pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, it's okay. I'm the court reporter needs yeses and nos.
Yes.
Now, as you are at that intersection, that would be basically Brady and Holton, right?
Yes.
Kind of the bridge is off to your right.
So that's where Van Buren and Holton change.
Now, you indicated that a person on a bicycle then came up on and approached your vehicle on his bicycle. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. One thing I want to get into right now, were you ever able to identify who this bicyclist was?
No.
The bicyclist comes up. Does he come up on the driver's side or the passenger side of your vehicle?
On the passenger side.
And when the bicyclist comes up on the passenger side of your vehicle, does he stop or does he keep going?
He stops.
What happens?
He stops at the window, and he looks at my husband, and he says, "Were you talking to me?"
Does your husband say anything?
My husband looks up, and he says, "Yes."
And then what happens?
And then the man on the bike violently punches my husband in the face.
Okay.
And then my husband's glasses, his head came towards my side, and then his glasses flew off of his face across me, and then hit my window because it was partially up, and his glasses fell down into the well.
Do you ever remember saying that maybe you thought they fell around your lap?
No, they fell in the well.
They fell on what?
In the well.
And when you're saying the well, I want to show you right now what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 28. Do you recognize what we're seeing here on the driver's side of your vehicle?
Yes. Yes.
And I'm going to show you what's now been marked as 27. Do you recognize those glasses?
Yes, those are Jason's glasses.
Let me ask you a question about Jason. When we see the victim here in State's Exhibit number 85, he's wearing glasses, right?
Yes.
Did he wear them all the time?
Yes.
Could he see without them?
No.
Now, Your Honor, State would move 85 into evidence if I had not already done so.
Proceed.
So the bicyclist reaches in, punches your husband, his glasses go flying. Did you see any injuries to your husband?
No. I didn't look at him. He put his hand up to his face, and then he said, "Where are my glasses?" And I said, "I'm trying to reach them. They're in the well." And then he goes like this, and he goes, "I'm bleeding."
And just so we're clear, you reached up with your right hand as you were saying this and touched the right side of your face. Is that correct?
My husband.
But you just showed us that was what you were doing with your hand to your face. Was a depiction of what your husband did, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he gets punched on the right side. He reaches up with his right hand and says he's bleeding.
That is correct.
Did you see the blood?
I did not.
What's the bicyclist do?
The bicyclist then rides off.
And when he rides off, what direction does he go?
I believe, well, what I remember was he rode off and he turned the corner to go up Holton.
What did you do then?
At that moment, I was stunned. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't understand why this man on the bike came up to the car to punch him. You know, we didn't do anything. I just swerved around him. My husband said, "What the heck?" And then he comes up and he punches my husband. So all this is happening. I'm thinking, you know, why did this happen? And at the same time, I'm trying to reach down to find my husband's glasses. And as I'm trying to do that, the light turns green. And then I start thinking, okay, I can't hold up traffic, so I need to start driving. So I start driving to go straight, to continue going the direction I was going originally.
You end up turning north.
Yes.
Why?
Well, as I was driving straight, Jason said, "Just turn the corner. I want to talk to him."
And when you turned the corner, where was the bicyclist?
Well, I didn't see him at first. I turned the corner, and as I turned the corner, once I saw him, I stopped.
And then what happened?
And then my husband exited the vehicle.
What did your husband do then?
He started walking towards the man on the bike.
Did he eventually start jogging?
I don't recall if he was running, because I started driving forward.
Okay. So your husband gets out, he starts walking, and you start driving forward, right?
Yes,
Why'd you drive forward?
because I wanted to meet up with my husband. I wanted to be next to him.
Put your hazards on?
I don't remember.
Now, your husband, while he's moving in whatever speed he is towards this bicyclist, where is the bicyclist now?
So after I turned the corner and I stopped, and my husband exited the car, the bicyclist got onto the sidewalk and started riding his bike north, and then stopped riding his bike, and then got off of his bike and then walked his bike over to the right.
Is there like some stairs that go down there?
There's some stairs there, yes.
And as your husband is moving towards the bicyclist, what's the bicyclist doing?
He's standing there and looking at me.
You've pulled up in your car,
I
right?
pulled up, and he's looking at me.
What's your husband doing?
My husband's walking or approaching him.
Now, ma'am, you stated that your husband told you that he wanted to talk to him. Do you remember telling the police that your husband was going to go confront him?
I don't remember that.
Your husband did go towards this bicyclist, didn't he?
Yes.
And as he's going towards this bicyclist, did you hear any yelling or screaming?
No.
Did anyone ever use the N-word during this?
No.
As your husband kind of gets to that area where the bicyclist is, what happens next?
So as my husband is approaching the bicyclist is, he's looking at me and looking at him, and he had these really dark, cold eyes, and he was staring at me.
And then what happens?
And then I see him pull out his hand, and then I see a gun in his hand.
And then what happens?
And then I shout out to my husband, he has a gun.
What happens?
My husband didn't hear me.
What's your husband do?
All I saw was this man's eyes and the gun. And then I knew he was going to shoot my husband. I could just feel it. And then he pulled the trigger on his head. And then he looked at me. He kept looking at me. Actually, he never took his eyes off of me. And I felt like he was contemplating on shooting me next.
So after your husband is shot, there's a pause. Is that what you're telling me?
There was a pause.
Okay. When you see this man shoot your husband, the victim, what does he do? What happens to your husband after the shot?
My husband dropped to the floor, to the ground. Instantly dropped.
And then there's this pause. Then what does the bicyclist do?
Just stares at me.
And then what?
And then I look to the right and I see that there's someone standing there to the right. And then I look back at him. And then he slowly turns, but maintaining eye contact with me. And then he walks over and he steps over my husband, and then he walks down the stairs with his bike.
What do you do next?
I run up to my husband.
So you got out of your car?
I got out of my car. And I run up to my husband. And I put my hand on his back. And I start screaming, Jason, Jason. Jason, are you alive? Jason, are you okay? And he didn't move.
Then what did you do?
And then I realized that he was dead.
go back to your car?
I don't remember going back to my car.
Did you,
I remember trying to dial 911.
and were you able to do so?
I was so shaken I couldn't put my 6-digit number code in there.
Will we get your phone in?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Yes, I was struggling, I was trembling, I was trying to put my passcode in there and I couldn't do it, so then I turned to look again at the people who were behind me, and I think I walked up to them or ran up to them, I can't recall, and I shouted, I said, "Can you please call 911? I can't do it. Please call 911. This man just shot and killed my husband. Please." And I remember they hesitated. They didn't start dialing right away, and then I started screaming, "Please call 911, please call 911. Why isn't anybody helping me?"
She did call me. You saw her call 911?
Then I saw her when I said, "Why isn't anybody helping me?" Then she started to dial 911.
And this was a vehicle that you believed had been behind you the entire time, or you saw pull up behind you?
No, I don't know if they were behind me the entire time. I just saw them there after I saw my husband get shot, and then I thought I was all alone, and I thought I was going to get shot next, and so I looked to see if there was any other witnesses.
And that's when you saw a vehicle behind you?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
That-
yes,
And then you go, just so I'm clear, you go to your husband's body, and then at some point you're having an interaction with a woman in a car, is that correct, or a truck?
yes.
Now, once you know that this woman is calling 911, do you call anybody?
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, sure. Do you call anybody on your phone after you know that this woman is calling 911?
Yes, I called my daughter.
Call your daughter. And how does she take the news?
She didn't believe me. She thought I was joking.
And then you call anyone else?
I was still on the phone with her, and I said to her, I said, "Amelia, your father's been shot. Your father's dead. I need you to come down here. I'm on Holton and Brady. I need you." And she says, "Mom, well, that's not funny." And I said, "No, I'm telling you the truth."
Did you call anyone else after you?
Then I called she's my friend. Her name's Ivana, and I called her. She's like a sister to me.
Called her for, asked her to come join you to give you support?
I did. I called her. I've known her for the whole time I've known Jason. I actually met her through Jason. Ivana is my husband's ex-girlfriend's sister. And we became like sisters. We're really close. And her daughter lives down the street. She lives on Astor and Brady. And her Aunt Maria lives also on Astor. And they're family to me. And I wanted family to be there with me. So I called her because I asked her if I told her, I said, Jason's been shot. She didn't believe me either. And I said, "I need you here, I need you here. Can you please call Maria too? I need her here."
And that would be her daughter?
No, her aunt. And she said, "I will. I'll call everybody and we'll be there."
And is there someone that's related to Anna that is dating a South Milwaukee police officer?
Yes. Davina is her daughter.
Did you call Davina?
No,
Did you call that boyfriend?
no. I don't have his number.
When that family shows up and he shows up along with them, do you have anything to do with that?
No.
Ma'am, you're calling people. At some point, do you go back to your husband's body a second?
Yes.
What do you do when you go over there?
I go over there and I'm wanting to hug him. I wanted to pick him up. I wanted to hug him, but I couldn't. I knew I couldn't touch him and move him. So I wanted something of his that I could hold on to. And so I grabbed his wallet.
Where was his wallet?
It was in his back right pocket.
His back right pants pocket?
Yes.
Did you grab anything from the front?
No.
Was he laying face down?
Yes.
Now, one moment. Ma'am, when the officers arrived on scene, did you still have your husband's wallet?
Yes.
Did you give it to him?
Yes. I was holding it the whole time in my hands.
Just one moment. Now, ma'am, I have State's Exhibit number 83, which is the body cam of Officer Doring, currently on the TV. Do you recognize the person that we're going to be seeing interacting with these officers?
Yes, I believe that's me.
It's a little hard at this pause point, isn't it?
Yes.
I'm going to play from this portion, which is 6 minutes and 2 seconds into the recording. Walking at 6 minutes and 8 seconds. What did we just hear you say there, ma'am?
I thought I remembered it having the wallet in my hands.
You said, I have his wallet, right?
I have his wallets.
Okay,
Or
so
wallet.
he had his wallet in his back pocket. You went and you grabbed it, and right there, when the officers are first arriving on scene, we hear you saying, "I have his wallet." Do you give it to them?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now, ma'am, this may sound odd, but I have to talk to you about kind of the manner in which your demeanor was at various different points after this. You just saw your husband get shot right in front of you, right?
Yes,
Was that a traumatic experience for you?
very.
Were there periods where you were questioning why you weren't reacting or crying?
Yes,
Ma'am, were there times that you did cry?
yes,
But in terms of what we're talking about here, just one moment while I mess with our ancient IT equipment here. And I'm going to be pulling some up here in a minute, but do you remember even asking the officer, "I can't cry. Why am I not crying?"
I do recall that.
Did you think you were in shock?
I was definitely in shock. When I'm in shock, or when something's really troubling me, our son, when he was 1, if it's okay if I can share this story, he was 1 year old, and he hadn't had his testicle descend yet, and we had to go in for surgery. And I was very scared, very, very scared. And that whole week I had to be strong, because when the doctor went in, they found a teratoma tumor, and they had to do surgery.
Overruled. You put this in play with your opening statements when you implied that this witness's demeanor was a factor in her credibility. Overruled.
And that was a very, very scary time for Jason and I in our lives. And the doctor, he said, I've got to tell you that when I went in there to just, go in to bring his testicle down, I found that it was strangled by a teratoma tumor that was the size of an orange. And he said it's going to be, extensive surgery. And so that whole time I was really scared, but I couldn't cry. I just had to be strong. I had to be strong in that moment.
Let me interrupt. Ask another question. Go ahead.
Yes. Now, I have currently there was a period of time when you're speaking to the officers at the scene, and you're in the back of a squad car. Is that correct? you remember sitting in the back of a squad car for a little bit?
Yes.
I apologize. Now, this is State's Exhibit number 83, the squad cam for Officer Doring. I'm going to play from 12, I'm sorry. As we're just taking a pause at 16:04, do you see that person that's in the squad cam?
Yes.
Who is that?
That is me.
And pausing at 21 minutes and 26 seconds into the recording, I'm going to play from that portion.
Shock, man.
I'm just going back a little bit. I apologize. Minutes and 11 seconds.
What's that? He's probably in shock, man.
Where did you just say you can't cry? Why am I not crying? Right?
Yes.
Playing at 35 minutes and 29 seconds.
I don't know what's going on over there. I've been over here the whole time, man.
Pausing at 38 minutes and 38 seconds. Did you love your husband?
I loved my husband. I still love my husband. Our love was so great.
Ma'am, were you dealing with a lot of stress and pain and heartache in the moments after you saw your husband get shot in the head?
Yes. I lost the love of my life, my best friend, the father of my children.
Now, ma'am, we had also previously talked about how you had tried to call 911 and weren't able to, right?
Yes.
And at various different parts while you are waiting for the officers and then eventually homicide detectives to arrive on scene, you talk to people on the phone that are calling you, that are finding out that he's dead, right?
Yes.
I'm going to play you from 40 minutes and 50 seconds or 40 minutes and 55 seconds. I can get it just a little bit. Forty minutes and 59 seconds into that same recording. Go back a little bit. 40 minutes and 53 seconds into that same recording.
No, you're fine, you're fine. You're just fine. Other people called, yeah?
Pausing at 41 minutes and 20 seconds. You're talking to the officer about how you couldn't call, but you knew other people were calling, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to come back to one portion of what we had talked about. You have told us that your memory is that your husband said, "What the heck?" Is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to play for you from 28 minutes and 41 seconds into this recording. Pausing at 29 minutes and 12 seconds. in there, you're talking to Jason's sister, I believe, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said that Jason said to this bicyclist that he was a fucking asshole as you guys had to drive around.
What I remember Jason saying was, "What the heck?"
Here we have you saying fucking asshole, right? That he said fucking asshole. At least that's what we hear you on the phones, correct?
That is what you hear me saying, correct?
Yeah. And that when you told us that when the bicyclist came up, he said, "Were you talking to me?" When you're telling it to Jason's sister, you say the bicyclist said, "Were you talking to me, motherfucker?"
I recall him saying, "Were you talking to me?" That's all I remember. I think those are my words. I believe those are my words to Vanessa, because when I called her, she didn't believe me. She didn't believe me.
Understood, but as we can hear, you stated Jason, and when you're talking on the phone and also talking to officers, you said Jason used a swear word that you don't remember today, and you also say the bicyclist used a swear word that you don't remember today, right?
Yes.
And then Jason said, you made me bleed, you motherfucker.
I don't recall him saying that to him. He didn't say any other words to the bicyclist.
They let me hear you say that at least during the phone conversation, correct?
Yes.
Ma'am, this was a traumatic experience for you, right?
It's very traumatic.
Are there certain things you'll never forget and other things that may be a little harder for you to remember?
Yes.
Now, your husband got out of that car to go confront that bicyclist that had just punched him, right?
He wanted to talk to him.
Maybe if it was a confrontation by words or whatever, but he got out and he approached this man that had just punched him, right?
He walked up to him.
Did your husband have any weapons in his hand?
No.
Now, I want to talk about this knife. Do you know the knife we're talking about? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Whose knife is that?
That's Jason's knife.
Okay. And will he use it at work?
Yes, it was a tool that he used. He used it to open up our boxes at work, our deliveries, paper boxes. He used it around the yard. He would cut. Sometimes he'd come home, and if there were flowers in bloom, he would cut them with his knife and bring the flowers in to me.
Did Jason ever take that knife out?
No.
The moment when this bicyclist punched your husband, did you know he had a gun?
No.
When Jason gets out, the victim gets out to go talk to him, confront him, whatever, did he have the gun out? The bicyclist, did he have this gun out?
What I remember is when Jason was walking towards him, he was looking at me in the eye, and then he pulled out the gun.
Your husband, did he ever threaten to kill anyone?
Never. My husband was not a violent man. My husband was a man of conflict resolution.
Did you hear him threaten to kill anyone?
No.
I want to be very clear about this. Because I know this is going to sound odd, but I think we should probably talk about this right now. You loved your husband, right?
Yes, I loved him very deeply.
Not purportedly, not pretending. You loved him.
I loved him.
How long were you with him?
I was with him for 26 years.
And so that night, you saw a person take a gun and put a shot into the person you had lived your life with for 26 years, right?
Yes.
You tried to call 911, but you couldn't. Am I right?
Overruled.
You can answer.
Can you repeat it again? I'm sorry. I'm really nervous.
You tried to call 911 and you couldn't.
I tried to call 911 and I couldn't.
And realizing that your husband was dead on the ground, why'd you grab his wallet again?
I wanted something to hold on to. I couldn't hold him, so I wanted to hold his wallet. I just wanted to hold it. I wanted something of his.
Your Honor, the state would move those portions of State's Exhibit Number 83 that were played in evidence at this time.
And objection
No objection, Your Honor.
received.
I have no further questions of this witness.
Fine. Cross.
Yeah, we asked for 5 minutes to do this.
Personally, don't see the need for that. Why? Why? No. Okay, how many sidebars already?
Our paralegal is locked outside.
She's locked outside because she left because I told people are not coming in and out of this room.
She was already gone, Judge, and that was ordered by the court.
Counsel, use the mic.
Judge, number one, our paralegals outside. There's some.
You can handle it. You have 3 people at your counsel table.
There were some documents
More
that.
than I normally allow.
Judge, there were some documents that we wanted to have her print out some extra copies of.
2 minutes.
It's fine.
Jury can go out. Follow my bailiff. The jury's out. We're in a brief recess. Off the record.
I've just been handed. I just was handed these documents. Reportedly, they're from a Facebook page. I don't know the relevance of them. I'm objecting to them.
Your Honor, on direct, Ms. Clearman just opened the door as to the peacefulness of Mr. Clearman. The relevance of the Facebook post show otherwise, and
These Facebook posts don't show anything. First of all, counsel, start by identifying them.
Your Honor, it is a screenshot of Mr. Jason.
And who got these screenshots?
It's publicly available online.
Tell me who got the screenshots.
We got the screenshots.
Who? Stop saying we. Who?
The defense counsel, the paralegal actually just printed them out. Just a couple minutes ago.
Ashley who? And again, Ashley is a witness in this case. Step out for the rest of this trial. Sidebar. exhibits. And I believe it's Ashley that's your paralegal. She is now potentially again a witness in this trial. She is out and not allowed back in the courtroom. You have twice made her a potential witness. Yesterday, there was testimony that she may have held herself out as a police officer. Today, there's testimony, potentially, that she, just within the last hour, with no notice to the state, printed out what are allegedly, what purport to be Facebook posts. In both cases, she might be a witness.
That's never intended on calling her. She just does some internal research. She's never taken any statements, never written a report. We never named her as a witness. She just assists us in collecting certain things like news articles, videos, things like that. Just be judged.
Right. Counsel, for situations like that, you should use an investigator, not an employee of your office. Mr. Hubner, you address this, please.
Well, Your Honor, I would just simply state that.
Use the mic. Neither
Yeah,
side
I
uses the mic.
apologize.
We all use the microphones.
Just put it away so that I can mumble. Judge, regardless of that issue, my point is I don't understand the relevance of two Facebook photos, I guess a slideshow of stating that other people may not like Jason, but the wife likes Jason. Like, I don't understand what the relevance of this is.
I don't understand the relevance either.
Judge, it was, so the
I
relevance.
also don't understand how they're going to be authenticated. I don't know when they were taken off of Facebook, which again, counsel, is why your paralegal is now a potential witness.
What's the question?
What's the relevance?
So, Judge, Attorney Hubner elicited on direct that from the witness, or at least she testified, he asked her a question, then she answered, I think, a little differently, and she said that Mr. Clearman is a peaceful guy, he is into conflict resolution, something along those lines, and that, you know, the state's trying to introduce that he's a peaceful character. The statement, or not the statement, but the Facebook post just has one tagline which says, "We won't get along," and that shows the name Jason Clearman. "We probably won't get along" is the exact language of that, and there's a picture of a gorilla. Now, as far as authentication, I think we could simply just ask her, and we don't need to show this to the jury. We can say, is this a fair and accurate representation of his Facebook profile? If she says no, then that's the end. We're not going to try to rebut that, and the jury doesn't need to see what it is. But if she says yes, then she can confirm that that is what his tagline was, and that's pretty much it. It's not really, we're not going to show it on the projector. We're just going to hand it to the witness.
Mr. Hubner?
See how a Facebook profile of him saying we might not get along has anything to do with character for peacefulness. There are plenty of people that I don't get along with that have never punched me or shot me in the face.
It says we probably won't get along. It's
Right, the one Facebook post, it looks like it might be I don't know how to describe it because as far as I'm concerned, Facebook is part of the downfall of society. And I'm not on Facebook, thankfully, but it looks like it might be possibly a screenshot. One that says, Jason Clearman, we probably won't get along. Then there's one that says, Evangelina Clearman, I, however, do get along with him. That's relevant how?
in terms of peacefulness, if you're somebody who just doesn't get along with others, if that's, you know, the proposition that Mr. Clearman is putting on his own page, then I think it relates to, you know, his peacefulness, or I think that's a jury question to decide, Judge, if he's a peaceful character or unpeaceful character. We've seen the video, so we're aware of some of the basic facts in this case and how this ends up happening. We've heard language as well. I think that since it's been introduced, I think it's fair game, Judge. If it wasn't, then I think the state would have a much stronger argument to exclude this.
I disagree. It's irrelevant. A screenshot of one Facebook post shows nothing. And your paralegal stays out. She's now a potential witness on 2 times. She's out for the rest of the trial. We're not discussing this anymore, counsel. We're not discussing it anymore. I made my ruling. It's out. It's irrelevant. I'm sustaining the state's objection. Let's bring the witness back in, please. Let's have the jury brought in, please. Yes, the jury's coming in. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clement.
Good afternoon.
I understand that first, from the defense, we want to just express our condolences for your loss. Obviously, this is a very serious issue here, as Mr. Edgecomb is charged with very serious charges in this case. If there's ever a moment, as we have to get into a couple of sensitive topics, that you just need a moment or so, if the court would so allow, we're more than happy to grant that moment for you, if necessary. Okay? All right, so I want to just first start, Ms. Clearman. I guess I want to kind of...
Can you put the microphone, please?
Sure. All right, so Ms. Clearman, I want to just first start kind of toward the end of this situation. You indicated on direct examination that, you exited the vehicle at the time that Mr. Clearman was shot, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Okay, so once your husband, Mr. Clearman, was shot, and Mr. Edgecomb left the scene, correct? You seen him go down the stairs?
That's a different question, isn't it?
Did you see, you know the time that once your husband got shot, you see Mr. Edgecomb go down the stairs immediately afterwards?
After, if I understand you correctly, after my husband was shot, I saw the man on the bike go down the stairs.
Correct. Right.
That's correct,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And then immediately after that, you got out the vehicle, about 6 seconds or so, you got outside the vehicle, right?
I remember getting out of the vehicle, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that you ran over to your husband, right?
Yes, I ran over to him.
Okay. And you put your hand down, you indicated that you put your hand down, hit your hand down on his body, is that correct?
On his back,
Okay,
because I wanted to see if he was alive.
okay. And you concluded at that time that he wasn't, right?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I want to go into State's Exhibit number 83, please. I believe that is. Can you stop it right there, please?
I don't know what's going on there.
So, Ms. Clearman, did we just hear you say he's okay, right? Correct?
That's what I heard.
And you were asking law enforcement that at the time, right?
I was asking someone. I don't know who I was asking.
Okay. But you were asking whether your husband was okay, correct?
I don't know if that's who I was referencing to.
Was there anybody else that you could potentially be referencing at this moment?
No,
So it would likely be your husband?
most likely.
Okay. So that would indicate that at the time that you got out the car to go place your hand on Mr. Clearman's back, you didn't confirm whether he was actually alive or not at that time, correct?
I did.
So,
I did. I saw his hands purple and he was gurgling at his mouth. It's gurgling, and there was blood, a pool of blood on the steps,
okay.
and he was cold.
Okay. Can you explain to the members of the jury why you asked the question then, is he okay?
I was in shock.
Now, Ms. Clearman, you also indicated on direct examination that at some point you went again to Mr. Clearman's body and you grabbed an item from the scene, correct?
That's correct.
Right. And you indicated that you went into Mr. Clearman's pocket, correct?
I reached into his back pocket and removed his wallet.
Okay. And you indicated that the reason reason you did so, because you wanted something of him to hold on to, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in Mr. Clearman's wallet other than credit cards or anything that we should know of?
No, just credit cards.
So at the time, you just wanted to hold on to Mr. Clearman's credit cards at that time, correct?
His wallet.
His wallet that contained only credit cards, right?
ID, I don't, his IDs, his work IDs, other items were in there, yes.
Okay. So basically IDs and credit cards, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And those items were of particular importance to you at that moment, right?
What do you mean by that question?
Well, having possession of Mr. Clearman's credit cards at that time was of particular importance to you at that moment, correct?
Having his credit cards? No, just his wallet. I
Okay,
just
so,
wanted to hold on to his wallet.
okay, so it wasn't the content of what was inside the wallet.
It had nothing to do with the content in his wallet.
Okay, so it was just the wallet itself, correct?
Correct.
And it was just a leather wallet, correct?
It's just a leather wallet, correct.
Now, you indicated on direct that when the first incident occurred, you stated that Mr. Edgecomb came from in between of a couple cars in front of you. Was that right?
Well, it all happened really quickly. I'm driving westbound on Brady. I passed Dynamite, excuse me, and as I pass Dynamite, I see the bicyclist. He comes out onto the road, off the curb. I'm not sure. Well, it was off the curb or between parked cars, but he came out onto the road.
Okay. So he wasn't going a particular direction at the time. You're indicating now that he was coming in between two parked cars.
He was riding. He came out onto the road on his bike, riding his bike, in front of my vehicle.
Okay. And was he was going the same direction as you? Did he turn the bike the same direction as you? The same direction that you were heading on Brady Street at the time?
He was riding his bike towards me.
Okay.
He was riding his bike eastbound on the westbound lane.
Okay. So he pulled. You're saying that he pulled out between two cars and then he turned the bike in the immediate direction of you. Is that correct?
He got off he came onto the road from the sidewalk on his bike riding towards me.
And
Well, he was on the right side. He came out onto the sidewalk. If I can make this clear, I'm trying to make this as clear as possible. I'm driving down Brady, and the bicyclist all of a sudden is in the road on the right side of my vehicle, and I swerved to avoid hitting him because he came out so quickly and abruptly, and it startled me, and I turned my car.
Now, do you recall seeing a bike lane on Brady Street at that specific place?
Is there a bike lane you're asking
Yeah,
me?
did you see a bike lane?
A bike light or bike lane?
Lane.
I don't recall a bike lane.
Okay. So you didn't indicate to Mr. Rotrell Cameron that he was going the wrong direction in the bike lane. That would be an
Who?
acronym. Mr. Rotrell Cameron?
I don't know who it is.
Okay. Do you recall Mr. Cameron? Do you remember anybody being at the body with you, Mr. Clearman, as he laid there? Do you recall anybody being there?
I was the only one there by the body.
Okay. And is that true for the whole evening of September 22nd, 2020?
What do you mean by the whole evening?
Okay. So you never came in, are you saying you never came in contact with anybody when you were present with Mr. Clearman? Nobody else was around, correct?
At the time that I went to his body,
How many times did you go to the body?
twice.
Okay. On the first time, was there anybody around?
No one was near me or around me near the body. I was the only one near the body.
Okay. On the second time you went to the body, was there anybody around?
No one was like right next to me. There were two people standing there by the car.
Which car?
There was a red truck behind my car.
Okay, so there was only two people. Can you describe them?
I recall a red truck. I recall a female on the passenger side, and I believe it was a male, but I believe it was a male who was the driver. They were standing there.
Were they standing there together?
I cannot recall.
Did they appear to come together?
When you mean do they appear to come together, do you mean like in the same vehicle? Or?
Yeah, sorry, let me just clarify. Did both the man and the woman both come out of the red SUV?
From what I remember, I turned to ask for help because I noticed there was a vehicle. The woman stepped out of her car and was standing outside her door, and the gentleman was also exiting his door. That's all I remember.
Okay, so they both came out the red SUV?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And those are the only two people that you recall being present with you on those two occasions that you went to Mr. Clement's body, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Those are the only two people that was around in that area at the time that you went to the body of Mr. Clement, correct?
Yes. I didn't scan the whole area. I just focused on those two individuals. I didn't focus on anyone else.
Okay. So, have you ever heard the name Ratrell Cameron before?
Not till today.
Okay. And you don't recall anyone else, African American male? So it would be two African American men at that time. You don't recall that? At the scene, at the time that you went and approached Mr. Clement's body?
No, I don't recall that.
And when you were at the body, did you ever call anyone and say something were you on the phone with someone when you got out the second time?
Can you elaborate a little bit?
Sure. When you got out the vehicle the second time, right? Were you on the phone at the time that you exited the vehicle?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall being on the phone with someone named Anna?
Anna?
Yeah. Or Ivana?
Ivana?
Yes.
Ivana.
I apologize.
That's
Ivana.
okay. Yes, I called Ivana, and yes, I called Ivana.
And you were on the phone with Ivana at the time that you approached the body, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ivana she married to, is Ivana married?
I wanted to stand there by my husband's body, so when I called her, I was standing there, yes.
Okay.
And
Is Ivana married?
yes, she's married.
And is her husband a police officer?
No.
Okay. Do you know what his occupation is?
Her husband's occupation?
Yes.
He, actually not really, but he's a salesman.
Okay.
I don't know what company he works for, but he's a salesman and he travels a lot.
Okay. All right. And do you recall someone coming to the scene who was a police officer at the time? And who was that?
That individual is the boyfriend of my niece's boyfriend,
What's your niece's name?
Davina.
Savina?
Davina.
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 Okay. And you had occasion to be on a phone call with Davina, correct? You called Davina at some point?
I never called Davina.
Okay. How did Davina learn to come to the scene?
Overruled, she can answer if she knows.
I don't know how she heard of it, but I can assume that her mother called her.
And what's her boyfriend's name?
Garrett, I don't know his last name, but it's Garrett.
Say that again, ma'am.
Garrett?
Garrett?
Garrett.
And so Garrett is the police officer, correct?
He is a police officer.
And he accompanied you at the time that you were given a statement in this case, correct?
No, incorrect.
Okay. Well, did Garrett ever get into a police car with you?
He did not.
Okay. At this time, I want to go into State's Exhibit 83. I guess it's the same video.
Can I interrupt?
No.
No? Okay.
Ask the question, please.
Gotcha. I did want to clarify something. What I recall is that he came to the squad car that I was in. I don't recall if he sat or not. Wait a minute, Lynn, can I think a little bit on that, please?
Sure. Well, let's just get to the next question. Let's move on. Hang on, you can think about it. You can come back to it. Let's go to the next question.
If we can go to State Exhibit 83, I want to go to,
I remember now. He did sit with me. I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm sorry?
I apologize. I do remember that he did sit for a second to tell me that my family was there. He wanted me to know that the family was there, that Ivana was there, Davina was there, Maria, and my children.
He is
And-
next to you at the time you gave a statement, correct?
Yes, if I remember correctly, yes.
Now, I just want to back up a little bit now. You indicated let's go back to the first incident.
Mhm.
On the first incident, we indicate that Mr. Edgecomb was going the wrong direction is what your statement is, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And at that particular time, you indicated on direct that your husband yelled out, "What the heck," correct?
that's what I recall.
Okay. All right. And in fact, you were given several media interviews after this incident, correct?
I believe it was 2.
Do you recall giving an interview to TMJ4?
I do not.
Okay. Do you recall giving an interview to CBS 58?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall giving an interview to Fox 6?
I did an interview, the first interview. I don't remember which station it was with.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the only other option would likely be WISN 12?
I'm not sure. I was very distraught that day when they came to the house.
Okay. And when you gave those interviews, when you were interviewed, you explained that your husband said, "What the heck," correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall on another interview saying that your husband yelled out, "Hey, what's the problem?"
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right. So your recollection is that your husband solely said, "Hey, what the heck," correct? All right.
What the heck?
All right. Now, when you gave those interviews, that was what, a couple days later, or how long of a period of time was that later?
I was very distraught, and I still am very distraught over the loss of my husband. And a lot of things I have been having trouble retaining. My short memory can be some foggy sometimes. I think it was a couple days after that they came to the house.
Okay. So a couple days after, you indicate that your husband said, "What the heck," right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Then, did you indicate today that there was a statement when on direct where it was, well, let me stop there. Let's go to 6 minutes and 22 seconds of this exhibit. Yes.
I need you to talk to me, okay?
So, Miss Clearman, did you just say that your husband yelled out, "What the fuck"?
That's what it shows on the video. Yes.
Is that a true statement, is what your husband said?
I remember what the heck. I was distraught. I swear a lot.
You said, I'm sorry?
I swear a lot.
You swear a lot?
Hmm.
Okay. And then did you indicate on direct that potentially he also said, "What the fuck, motherfucker"?
Those were my words.
Okay. And is that your belief of what your husband might have said?
No.
Okay. So whose words were those on September 22nd?
That was me explaining I was upset. I was explaining it to my sister because she was not believing me. And so I was upset, and so I used the F word.
Okay. All right, if we can continue with the video, please. Now, is that Garrett?
That is Garrett.
Okay, and Garrett ultimately ends up in the police car with you, correct?
Everything's so foggy right now.
Clearman, can you, and also you can just speak up a little.
Now I'm not sure.
So you're not sure if that guy ended up in the police car with you?
I know someone was sitting next to me. I don't know if it was Garrett or if it was the other detective.
All right. Now, I just want to, just kind of go back a little bit. So we got to the first incident, right? And you mentioned on direct that you were just leaving a bar called Scaffity's, correct?
Scaffity's.
Scaffity's, okay. And before I start here, your husband he was a pretty tall guy. He was about 6'3", correct?
Yes, he was 6'3".
And he weighed 250 pounds, correct?
220, 225. He was very proud of himself for losing weight. So it was 220, 225.
Okay, but if I submit to you that the autopsy report indicated 250 pounds, would you have any reason to dispute that?
No.
Okay. Now, you indicated on direct that you had a glass of wine, correct?
Yes, I had one glass of wine.
Right. And your husband, you mentioned, had 3 beers. Is that right?
I remember 3 beers.
And that's what you testified to on direct, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible that because your memory is a bit foggy, that he could have had a lot more than 3 beers?
It's possible he had maybe 4 beers, 3 to 4 beers.
Is it possible that he also had anything other than beer on September 22nd?
What do you mean by other?
Is it possible that he had any other type of alcoholic beverage outside of beer?
Like, can you give me an example? You mean like a shot or?
Well, did your husband take shots?
No, he
Okay.
only drank beer,
Okay. So the only thing he would have would be beer.
just beer.
All right. And you've been made aware, obviously, in this case, that the autopsy report that his blood alcohol level was a 0.12, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you would know, are you familiar with blood alcohol levels? Like,
no,
okay. Do you, if I submitted to you that the legal limit was a 0.8 in this state, would you have any reason to disbelieve that?
you're telling me that's the legal limit?
I'm asking, do you have a reason to believe?
Your Honor, the legal limit is 0.08.
Yeah, 0.08.
Council clarifies 0.08 operate a vehicle in Wisconsin.
Point
That's
zero.
the law.
0.08, Ms. Clearman.
0.08 is the legal limit.
Right.
Okay,
You aware of that?
I am now.
Okay. And your husband's, the autopsy report indicated that your husband's limit was a 0.12, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be 1.5 times the legal limit, correct?
I don't know.
Now, you indicated that your husband drove to Scafferty's, correct?
He drove to Scaffidi's? Yes,
Scafferty's.
yes.
I'll get it right one of these
Okay.
times. I'm sorry. All right, so he drove there, right?
Yes, he
Does-
drove there.
Does he normally do the driving when you two are together?
No. Well, usually I do the driving, like I drive him to court. We share one vehicle.
Okay.
Okay, we don't have 2 vehicles, we only own one. And sometimes he'll drive to work, sometimes I'll drive to work, depending if he has, to go to an immigration interview. If he has to go to an immigration interview, he's in his suit, and then I drive and I drop him off.
Okay.
But I think I do most of the driving.
Okay. But when he came out of Scaffidi's, did I get it right that time?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when he came out of Scaffidi's, he insisted at that moment that you do the driving, correct?
He's, when you use the word insist,
Well, he requested. He asked, correct?
he said, honey, you can drive home.
Okay. And do you believe that that was request was made based off the drinking he had been doing that night?
No, I think he was tired.
Okay. Now, you're also aware on the autopsy report that it's claimed that there was THC in his system, correct?
Well, that's what I understand now, yes.
Did your husband use marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor. The testimony is not that there actually was THC. It was not confirmed.
The testimony was that there was THC metabolites. That's what the medical examiner testified to. Let's keep an accurate record and ask accurate questions.
Yeah, I thought I used the word claimed, but okay. Ms. Clairman, does your husband use marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor. Rowe.
I missed that. What was the question again?
Does your husband use marijuana, or did he use marijuana?
Judge, I'm objecting.
Overruled. You can answer.
He did for chronic neck pain. He did once in a while.
He did once in a while.
Hmm.
On September 22nd, do you recall him using marijuana?
I never saw him. I've never witnessed him.
All right.
Just to clarify, you did not see him on the day in question use marijuana.
I did not see my husband use marijuana.
And to your knowledge, he didn't have a prescription for marijuana, did he?
Not to my knowledge.
Ms. Clearman, have you at any point used marijuana?
No.
Answer relevant, sustained. Although she answered and said no. Let's move on.
Now, Ms. Clearman, you indicated that after per the body cam in your testimony, well, at least the statement on the body cam with, sure. After your husband says, "What the fuck," on the video to Mr. Edgecomb, then you continue driving forward. Is that correct?
After after I swerve, you mean? I continue driving?
I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall if you made contact with Mr. Edgecomb or not?
What do you mean by contact?
Do you recall ever coming into contact with Mr. Edgecomb with the vehicle?
What do you mean by
I
that?
think he's asking, correct me if I'm wrong, did your car ever touch Mr. Edgecomb and or the bicycle?
No.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
I didn't. My vehicle never touched him. I swerved around him, and he was still biking. As I looked in my rearview mirror, he was still biking in the direction that he started to bike in.
Okay. So you're alleging that Mr. Edgecomb never he never fell off the vehicle?
He never fell off the vehicle.
I mean, off of his bike.
He did not fall off his bike.
Okay, and you know that because you're continually going forward, correct?
I'm going straight, but I looked in my rearview mirror.
Okay, and so you're driving straight, but you're looking at the rearview mirror at the same time?
Oh, I glanced.
Okay, so you glanced, dude. So you don't know if Mr. Edgecomb would have ever fell off the bike onto another vehicle and at some point got back on his bike.
He did not fall off his bike. He was still riding his bike.
Okay, but you know that because you just glanced in the rearview mirror at some point, right?
Yes.
Now, you're heading toward Houghton, the intersection of Houghton and Brady, correct? You're on Brady and you're headed toward Houghton, right? Okay. And you're stopped. Your vehicle comes to a stop at that point.
Yes. The light turned red and I stopped.
Okay. And were you surprised when Mr. Edgecomb ended up on the passenger side of the vehicle?
I was very surprised.
Okay. So there's been a time that you weren't looking in your rearview mirror the whole time to see Mr. Edgecomb approach the vehicle, correct?
No, I was not.
Okay. So at least there was some period of time that you don't know what Mr. Edgecomb was doing, correct?
Correct. I saw him continuing to ride his bike, so I was not thinking that I didn't think anything other than I'm going home.
Okay. And your direct testimony was that Mr. Edgecomb says to your husband, "Hey, were you talking to me?" Correct?
When he approached the vehicle, he said, "Hey, are you talking to me?"
Right. Those are the only words that Mr. Edgecomb said
Those
before.
are the only words that I remember.
And then your husband replied, "Yeah, I was talking to you."
He just said yes.
Okay. And then at that point, Mr. Edgecomb punched Mr. Clearman, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, Mr. Edgecomb never made a threat to you, did he?
No.
He never made a verbal threat to you.
Never made a verbal threat to me.
Okay. He never mentioned at any time that he had a weapon on his person, correct?
We never exchanged words.
Okay. So Mr. Edgecomb never said, "I have a gun," correct?
I never heard him speak a word to me. No.
Okay. And he never said that to Mr. Clearman either, correct?
No.
And Mr. Edgecomb also never brandished a weapon. He never raised the shirt, showed a weapon. He never pulled anything out. Is that true?
I didn't. He was on his bike. He punched my husband and he rode off.
Okay. I just want to before we go to that point, I want to just kind of stay right here at the time the punch is made. Mr. Edgecomb never displayed a firearm at that time that he punched Mr. Clearman, did he?
I can't say because I didn't see his hands. I just saw that my husband was struck and his glasses flew off, and so I didn't see a weapon.
Okay, and so he never made any indication of having a weapon or threatening of any type of weapon whatsoever at that time, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay, and for all you know, Mr. Edgecomb didn't have a weapon at all at that point, right?
Yes, it's fair to say.
Okay. So you mentioned that this happened pretty quick, right?
Yes.
So Mr. Edgecomb punches Mr. Clearman, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the punch. If we go to 880. Okay, so if you also been my plan this one. Okay. Want to stop right here, please? Now, Ms. Clearman, is this the vehicle that you were driving on the night of September 22nd of 2020?
There are many Kias. There are many Kias, so I want to make sure that is our vehicle.
You want to take a look at does this refresh any of your recollection? You remember being behind a Reinhardt truck?
No, I don't remember being behind a Reinhardt truck.
Okay. You want to take a second look at this vehicle to see or if you want to come closer to the report?
It looks like my vehicle.
Okay. All right. And you have no reason to think otherwise that is likely your vehicle, September 22nd, correct?
Well, it's hard to tell. I don't know who's in the vehicle.
Okay. All right. We'll continue playing, please. I want to stop it right here.
Okay, but
Can you confirm that this is your vehicle at this point?
I can't.
All right, fair enough. That's what you participate. Can you stop, please, right there? You see a bicyclist coming along at this point right here?
Yes.
Okay. Is that Mr. Edgecomb?
I don't know.
Okay. All right. That's what you continue playing. And if you can stop right there. So Mr. Edgecomb came from a pretty far distance, right? You were pretty good amount of space between you guys, right?
It appears that way.
All right, would you, if we could back up maybe 5 seconds. Do you see Mr. Edgecomb in frame at this point?
Barely.
Can we back up maybe 5 more seconds, please? Okay, we can stop right there. Do you see Mr. Edgecomb in frame on this video?
No.
So Mr. Edgecomb was at least a half a block behind you, correct?
Yes.
Because you don't see him in this frame, right?
No.
You would agree that the distance up to this point would probably be close to about a half a block or so, right?
Block and a half.
About a block and a half distance.
Yes.
Council, you can continue to play. So Mr. Edgecomb, it appears that a bicyclist is now becoming in front, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
If we could, you can continue. Okay, stop right here, please. Now, you mentioned that Mr. Edgecomb surprised you when he came to the vehicle, right?
Yes.
So you didn't see Mr. Edgecomb when he got to this place, right?
No.
So for at least a block and a half distance, you didn't have any indication where Mr. Edgecomb was, correct?
Correct.
All right, council, continue playing. I want to stop right there. So is this the point where have you identified this being your vehicle at this point?
Yes, that's my vehicle.
Okay, and the person that's approaching the vehicle, do you know who that is at this point?
The man on the bike.
Do you recognize that to be the defendant in this case?
I haven't looked at him.
Okay, well, we got it. Okay, I understand. All right, so council, continue playing. Okay, can you stop right there, please? Is that the way that you recall the incident playing out when your husband was struck by Mr. Edgecomb?
Yes, but can you?
Sure.
Yes, that's what I recall.
Okay, so at this time, I want you to focus in on the passenger door as we get ready to play it. So you go ahead, counsel. Okay, stop it right there. Can we go back, please? I'm sorry. Right there is good. Back up a little bit farther. Okay, let's play it again, and I want to stop it very quickly as we stop it right there, please. So Mr. Clearman has now opened his door at this point, correct?
Are you asking me based on the video that I'm looking at?
Yeah.
Or based on my recollection?
Well, we can start based off the video. You see a door open.
Based on the video, I see the door open, Joe.
Okay. And that purports to be your husband, Mr. Clearman, opening that door, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so that we're clear, at this point, you haven't had a conversation with your husband at this point. This surprised you, right?
Yes.
Your husband is struck by a punch,
Mm-hmm.
and then he immediately opens the door, correct?
Based on the video, but my recollection, I don't recall him opening the door.
Okay. But you don't dispute at this point, based off the video, you see that he did open the door, correct? Based off this video, you don't dispute that Mr. Clearman did open the door at this point, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, prior to Mr. Clearman opening that door, he didn't have a conversation with you within a couple seconds, did he? You didn't have a conversation with your husband prior to him opening the door, correct?
No,
So him Mr. Clearman opening the door was responsive to being punched, correct?
Well, yes, it kind of calls for speculation, but she was right there. She's witnessing the whole thing. She can answer if she knows.
okay, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, I remember. So when
You
Mr.
said him opening the door was responsive to the punch. That was the question.
Yes, thanks, Your Honor.
I'm not sure.
All right, so Mr. Clement at this point doesn't indicate to you, I want to talk to him, right? He didn't make that statement, did he?
Mr. Edgecomb, you said?
Mr. Clearman, Jason Clearman, he didn't tell you, I want to talk to him, correct?
No, he did not at that point.
He didn't say anything to you at this point, did he?
After he was punched and his glasses flew off, and then he touched his face, he told me he was bleeding.
Okay,
That was a conversation.
but he never indicated to you at this point that he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay, so prior to opening the door, he never said, I want to talk to him. Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Now I want you to now look at Mr. Edgecomb on a bicycle, right? That's the individual that struck your husband, correct?
Yes, based on the video, yes.
Okay. And at this moment, Mr. Edgecomb appears to be going straight, correct?
The corner's right a few feet from where he is right now.
But at this very moment, he's going straight, correct?
Yes.
At this very moment, Mr. Edgecomb is not posing a threat anymore beyond that punch that he just threw, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So just to be clear, Mr. Edgecomb is not a threat to you at this moment, correct?
Can you ask that in a different way?
Sure. Mr. Edgecomb is, say, a couple feet away from the vehicle, correct?
He's a couple feet away from the vehicle.
The bike is now angled to go straight at this moment.
Yes.
He's not a threat to you at this moment, correct?
Not to me, no.
He wouldn't be a threat to your husband at this moment either, correct?
Not sure.
Now, at this point, Mr. Edgecomb's back is to your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you have full control of the vehicle at this point, correct?
Yes.
You get to make the decisions on what you do with that vehicle as the sole person in charge of that vehicle at that moment, right?
Yes.
Now, from the position we're facing now, let me see if I can just make this clear. I'm now showing Ms. Clearman what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 5 for the record. Ms. Clearman. All right. So does this area look familiar to you?
Yes, it does.
All right. So this is a fair and accurate representation of, the area in which you were on September 22nd of 2020. Okay.
Yes.
And you were headed, would it be east? Well, you were headed west on Brady Street, correct?
West on Brady,
And
yes.
you're going toward Holton Street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were on your way home that night, correct?
Yes.
And you would have proceeded the direction of going toward Holton Street and then making a left turn to go home, right?
No, I
Okay,
would
which way would you go?
continue straight
Okay, you would continue straight
onto Water Street.
to Water Street. So you would actually pass Houghton Street, correct?
Yes,
There would be no reason to make a turn at all on Houghton Street to go home, correct?
correct.
Now, Ms. Clearman, you indicated that you seen Mr. Edgecomb at the time that you had to swerve, correct?
I saw him at the time I had to swerve.
All right. And you would have noticed the type of attire that Mr. Edgecomb was wearing at that time, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. How would you describe what Mr. Edgecomb is wearing at this moment?
A white shirt with a black vest.
And that was apparent to you at the time that you made the first incident that occurred, correct? The incident that happened prior on Brady, right?
Yes,
You noticed that he had a black vest, white shirt, correct?
no. No, I can't say that I knew his attire when I swerved.
Okay. But you look back in your rearview mirror, correct?
Yeah, I focused on the figure.
Okay. So you weren't paying attention to what he was wearing at that moment, right?
It all happened so quickly and I was still driving.
Okay. So you don't know what he was wearing at that time through your rearview mirror, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you see Mr. Edgecomb now on the right side of your vehicle, correct?
Yes,
And were you able to see him on September 22nd at this time?
no, I was looking for the glasses, so I don't know which way he was going.
Okay. But at some point, your husband said, follow him, correct?
He did not say follow him.
Your husband never said follow Mr.
He
Edgecomb.
never used those words. He never said follow Mr. Edgecomb.
Is there any words that Mr. Clearman used?
When I started driving, when the light turned green, he said, turn the corner. I want to talk to him.
Okay. Now, in order for you to know where Mr. Edgecomb was, you would have to be able to see him ahead of you, correct?
I would have to,
You have to see Mr. Edgecomb in order to go in the direction of Mr. Edgecomb, right?
I wasn't going in his direction. I was driving and then my husband turned me to turn the corner. So I didn't see him. If he turned the corner or went straight, I didn't see him.
And when your husband said, turn right, he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, right?
He said, turn the corner. I want to talk to him.
So you were looking for Mr. Edgecomb so that you could enable Mr. Clearman to get in the vicinity of Mr. Edgecomb in order for him to talk to him, correct?
I turned the corner, yes, because he asked me to. And when I saw him, I stopped my vehicle.
Okay. When you saw Mr. Edgecomb, right?
When I saw the man on the bike.
The man on the bike, okay?
Council, one or two more questions, then we're gonna break for lunch, it's almost noon. You can pick up after lunch, but one or two more
Well,
questions.
she can pick up after lunch. I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost noon. We're going to break for lunch. I appreciate, ma'am, you can step down. I appreciate that the jury, to my observation, you've all been paying attention. You were all here on time this morning. I appreciate you paying attention. Both sides appreciate you paying attention. We're going to continue a testimony this afternoon. As I said earlier this week, we're not going to finish today. We will most likely, I'm hoping, finish on Monday. But we'll break for lunch. It's noon. If you can be back in the jury room a little bit after 1, 5 after 1, or 10 after 1, we'll start as shortly thereafter as possible. Again, choose wisely in the cafeteria. See you in an hour. Everybody else can remain seated. All right, jury's out. We're off the record. We're in recess back at 1:15.
I did want to place one thing on the record as well, or we can do that now.
Fine, we can do that one.
All right, thank you.
1:15.
Nobody looks. Nobody feels. Nobody laughs. Nobody loves. Nobody like you. Find your nobody with eHarmony. Join free today.
Need e-commerce for your business? It's never been easier.
Male black, short dreads, red shoes, white medical mask. Copy that. Yellow description, Bakey.
Red shoes, black male, white face mask, dreads.
Saudi, spotlight that dude. Yeah, Bakey.
track that officer. Copy. Copy. We're on 56 now.
Okay, copy, Brian.
10-4. We'll clear the area for you if anyone tries to come up. You should be good. Affirmative.
away from the median.
Watch out, Walworth. Go back to 5-6 Sheridan.
Step out of the median. Towards the sidewalk and out of the median.
Command watching back by 5-6 Sheridan. We'll keep pushing south.
Yeah. Dad, this is the police. I'm giving you a lawful order. Move out of the median. It's not police. This is a lawful order. Move out of the median. Third hand, moving back a little bit. Yeah, they're moving back a little bit. Moving back a little bit. Hey, you're dead even. Hold up, hold up. Okay. You're dead even, Bakey. Look, don't worry so much about that. Watch where the crowd control officers are, and the air can't move it. We're even with the crowd control. Okay, that's what we want to be. We're even with crowd control. We're good here for now. Got all the crowd control, Brian. All the officers lined up right here. Yeah. Going back. Lasati, start backing up. Roll reverse. Back up. All right. About 10 feet. Let me know. Keep backing. The line's backing. Keep backing. Hold there. Stop. Stop.
Active command to crowd control.
Start backing. Start backing. Moving back. Start backing. Moving back. Moving back. About 10 feet. Stop.
Hold where you are right now. Hold it. Go ahead.
Start backing up a little bit. Moving back.
If you can try to fill it in, have the resources, please do.
Stop. They're holding there. All right. Gentlemen approaching. Watch the front. Agitator in front of us. Get on the PA, Joe. Move back. Back away from the vehicle. The lawful order. Get out of the street. You have to be more proactive. Get aggressive on that PA. Get out of the street. This is a lawful order. Get out of the roadway. Do it now. It's mine right now.
Route to the courthouse. Remaining guard. 10-4.
This is the police. Move onto the sidewalk and move along. Basketball jersey, move along.
We're right behind you. Can you split the middle? And we'll take the east a little bit.
This is the police. Get out of the roadway. Move along. It's a lawful order.
Paper, go in between and we'll hook the east curb line.
Walworth is going to come up on your side, baby. All right. Walworth is coming going to come on your right. I see them. Okay? Yep. Now when you back up, you got to feed to the left. Copy. We want to be more to your left, Kevin. All right. Best you can. You know, you don't want to be too tight. Understand? Yep. How much room we got on our right side? 10 feet. All right, so Kevin, when you go back now, that way to your left side. Right? Left side. This is the police. Please move out of the roadway and onto the sidewalk. Do it now. And man, if you need a water or anything, punch that thing. This is the police. Please exit the roadway and move on to the sidewalk. That guy in the basketball jersey is an agitator. White guy with the long hair. White jersey, straight ahead. The 11 o'clock. Black gym shorts. What light? Medium. Yeah, shine a spotlight at him. Kevin, use your flashlight on the guy in the medium. Other guy in the medium. Guy in the camera to your left. Right there. To the left, bottom left. No, he's not doing it. police. This is a lawful order. Clear the roadway. Step away from our armored vehicle. Do it now. Step away from the armored vehicle. Do it now. Step away from the armored vehicle. It's a male, white, black hood, black mask, black gloves, black pants. All black, pale white. Behind the gray truck. The guy at 9 o'clock, Dave, is getting ready to throw something. Step away from our armored vehicle. Do it now. This is a lawful order. Step away from our armored vehicle. Do it now. He's still by the truck. He's on the driver's side of the truck. Put the brick down and step away. 9 o'clock, brick behind the truck. Put the brick down and leave the area. Do it now.
What's that slide to the Bearcat to our east? Look at that Lincoln truck. There's a male in a all black. He's got a brick in his hand.
Put the brick down and leave the area. Yep. Still there. I think there's two back there. Similar clothing.
Towards our Bearcat.
Yep.
Deploy vehicles.
Where's the gas? Hand delivered CS.
Hold on the chemicals. Bearcats advised you to hold on the chemicals. Well, maybe once they get to that only spot, multiple times, maybe some ground effect.
Still two guys behind that Lincoln door left. 9 o'clock. They keep peeking out.
Push down, Bearcat, we're coming up on your left.
You are blocking the road. The sidewalk in the area.
For those of you that are watching, this is me standing there.
The advised are all dressed in black with rifles getting into vehicles, wearing masks.
This is a lawful order to get out of the roadway. Move on to the sidewalk. Then now, please. Hey, Madden, who's the Bearcat next to us? Racine, it's Racine.
There's a large crowd coming from the south.
Racine Bearcat.
Block here.
pickup truck, leave the area. Do it now. Rick, Ryman is upstairs. Stay here, 60. We got the riot control behind us. On foot, riot control behind us. Nobody's moving yet. What's that? Nobody's moving yet. I know. Riot control's right behind us. Police, blocking the roadway. Please move onto the sidewalk and move along. Do it now. Where is he, Timmy? Hey, stay on that guy. Where are they? It's still behind Lincoln. Tell him it's still behind Lincoln.
Contact with the crowd control.
You got crowd control on your right now, Kevin. Okay, both sides. Copy.
Crowd control. He's on the other side of the Lincoln to the east of you. He's in all black.
Right behind the truck, right behind it.
Right behind that Lincoln truck.
Move, Timmy. Here we go.
Now he moves southeast. He moves southeast.
Behind the building. Please. Blocking the roadway. Move onto the sidewalk. Move along. I don't know.
RF1, technical command.
Got a lot of issues right here, too.
Go ahead.
Yeah, 100
Aside, we
right
didn't
here.
see anyone in the area with any guns. For 43, all the protesters had their tires slashed on 7th Avenue at 59. That's partly why. All that field force team.
Go ahead. Move forward. In line with the other people. All right. This way, always in line with the other ones. I'm in line with them right now. Okay.
We are the ones most farthest in. We have 2 Bearcats, MRAPs to our left. We have field force in front of us, and we're flanking them. Copy.
Move up a little bit. Not bad. Move up like 5 feet.
Point down, please. Clear the road.
Just a little. Dave, what kind of 40 are you looking at here?
If you want to sell online, make sure you stand out. Go to Wix e
Okay. Okay.
Command to the other 2 Bearcats to my left. Copy it. They're gonna, are we down? Requesting for
Will you come out on behalf of the Edgecomb?
All right, we need to put a couple things on the record. It's 1:30, the jury's back. I had a conversation with the lawyers before we called this on a couple of things. First of all, unfortunately, I'm not going to put too much detail on the record, but I discussed with the lawyers. One of the jurors was notified over the lunch hour that she had a death in her immediate family. She's basically explained it to my bailiff and asked to be excused. I told both lawyers about both sides about that situation. Obviously, we have 14 jurors. If she's excused, we still have 13, which is one more than we'll ultimately need. I think the lawyers are stipulating to her being excused, correct? Was that a yes from both sides?
Yes.
And just for the record, it's juror 18, so juror 18 will be excused. In a minute, I'll have my bailiff bring in the remaining 13. There was an issue about the potential defense witness. The state has some additional witnesses this afternoon. The witness that was on the stand before lunch can take the stand again in a minute. But there was an issue about potentially calling a witness out of order this afternoon. Is that correct? And it was a defense witness. Who is it again, Counselor? And the state's stipulating to that witness being called out of order?
My understanding is it's only available today, so I will try to make room for it.
Fine, I'm not opposed to that. We'll try to squeeze it in this afternoon. The state, right, that the defense also made a request about their paralegal. Thinking about that, we can take that up later, gentlemen. Anything else from either side before I bring the panel in? All right, can we have the witness on the stand again, please? The jury's coming in. You can remain seated, please. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you'll notice, because you're all smart and you've been paying attention, there's 13 of you now rather than 14. Without getting into any details, the juror that was excused had a legitimate family emergency, so I've excused her. That means a couple things. I certainly need all 13 of you to hang in there, be back on Monday, continue, and the efforts you've been making so far to come to court, be on time, obviously listen to the evidence. As I've said from the start of the trial, I expect the trial to go to Monday. I would now modify that to Monday and/or Tuesday. That may be the bad news. The good news is when I underestimate the length of the trial, I feel compelled to bring in snacks or treats for the jury. So Monday, you'll get bagels. If they're still here on Tuesday, you might get catered buffet from Bartolotta's. So do the best we can. The witness, ma'am, you remain under oath. You understand that? Mrs. Clearman, you understand you were sworn to tell the truth?
I do.
All right, you can take your mask down. The defense can continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clement. All right, so I just got a few more areas we just want to touch in, and we'll be wrapping up here soon. First thing I want to kind of go into, I want to now show what has been marked as State Exhibit number 26. Yes, yes. So I'm showing the witness what has been marked as State Exhibit number 26. Now, Ms. Clement, you recognize that vehicle, correct?
Yes.
All right, and that's the vehicle that you were operating on September 22nd of 2020, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I want to bring your attention to the rear door, and there's what's known as an open intoxicant in that rear door, correct?
It's a can.
A White Claw, correct?
I don't know if it's a White Claw or not.
Okay. Now we zoomed in a little bit. Can you identify that can as a can of White Claw now?
Yes, that's
All
a
right.
can of White Claw.
You understand White Claw as to be an alcoholic beverage, correct?
It's a seltzer beverage, yes.
But it would be an alcoholic beverage, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you given any type of citation or anything for having that open intoxicant in the vehicle?
I don't think it's particularly relevant, but you can answer, ma'am.
Were you given a citation for having an open intoxicant in your vehicle on that day?
No, I was not.
Okay. All right, I want to now go into what has been marked as State 34. I'm overloading what's been marked as State 34. Ms. Clearman, on direct examination, you explained that Mr. Clearman just got out the vehicle because he just wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct? Sure. Sorry about that.
Can you repeat
Could you
that?
hear me? Okay. Excuse me. On direct examination, you testified that Mr. Clearman got out the vehicle simply because he wanted to talk to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
Yes, he wanted to find out why he was punched.
Okay. And that's what you also indicated in those media interviews that you took immediately after this incident, correct?
The interviews with
With the news
With the
interviews.
news.
Okay. And in those interviews, you never indicated that Mr. Clearman chased Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
I did not see him chase him.
You said you did not see?
I did not see him chase him.
Okay.
I saw him walking up to him.
Okay. Fair enough. All right. I want to now go to what has been marked as State 34. All right. You can go ahead. All right. I want to stop right there, please. Now, this is the bicyclist that you identified previously today, correct?
Yes.
All right. You continue. And if we can stop right a little bit further, right here. Now, Ms. Clearman, is this your vehicle here?
Yes.
All right. And you appear to be in the left lane here, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, is this the point where your husband told you to follow or make a right turn to proceed after Mr. Edgecomb?
No.
Okay. When did Mr. Clearman make that request?
I believe I was in the walk lane for the pedestrians.
Okay, so Mr. Clearman didn't ask you to make a right turn at this point?
I had started driving. I'm not sure if it was at that point or not.
Okay, and just to be clear, to make it home, you would need to proceed straight, correct?
Yes.
And that option was available to you at that time, correct?
Available at that time where I'm at this position?
At this position, you could have proceeded straight, right?
I could have, yes.
And Mr. Edgecomb, at this point, is right here, correct?
Yes.
In the bike lane, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you would agree that Mr. Edgecomb is not a threat to you at this point, correct?
Yes.
You could have also made a left turn at this point, correct?
Yes.
You could have also made a right turn, but make that right turn into one of the two lanes that's available to you. Most likely, you probably would want to make it into the closest lane, which would be the right lane, right? Let me stop. So you could have made a right turn and just proceeded straight, correct?
Yes.
Now, it might be illegal, but you also had a alternative to take a U-turn if you wanted to, correct?
No.
Okay, well, despite the options that you had available with home being straight, you decided at this point to make a right turn, correct?
Yes.
And that right turn, was that based off of the fact that Mr. Edgecomb was going right?
It was based on the fact that my husband asked me to turn right.
Okay, so he asked you to turn right at this point, correct?
Yes.
All right. We can continue to play the video at this point. And we can stop right here. Now, Ms. Clearman, you're clearly positioned at this point in the right lane, correct?
Yes.
You're legally entitled to be in this lane that you're in right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You continue playing, please. All right, I want to stop right there. Now, you just moved into the bike lane, correct?
It looks like that's the end of the bike lane.
Okay, but Mr. Edgecomb was in the bike lane prior to you moving in that direction, correct?
Can you rewind it?
Yes, if we could bring it back 5 seconds. Okay, we can play it from you. All right, you stop right there, please. Now, your brake lights also turned on at this point, right? Your brake lights, you start hitting your brakes at that point that you entered into the bike lane, correct?
When I saw him, I braked, and he was already on the sidewalk.
You would agree that you almost hit Mr. Edgecomb,
I
correct?
did not almost hit him. I stopped far, far back from him.
Okay. If we could go back just 5 more seconds, please. You can go ahead.
He's on the sidewalk before.
Okay, you stop it right there, please, Counsel. Now, you would agree that your actions in driving toward that direction, Mr. Edgecomb, resulted in Mr. Edgecomb hopping a curb to now go onto the sidewalk?
Your Honor, speculation as to what it caused someone else to do.
Say that again, Mr. Hibner?
It's speculation. He's stating that what she did, therefore, she knows why another person got onto the sidewalk. We also know he was going down the stairs anyway, so he could have been just getting off the sidewalk.
Right, okay. Sustained, there may be a different question that's allowable, but sustained.
Okay. You saw Mr. Edgecomb go into the go into the sidewalk after you turned into the bike lane, correct?
Please repeat that.
Okay. You saw Mr. Edgecomb proceed into the sidewalk after you went into the bike lane, correct?
He went onto the sidewalk and then I pulled over into the bike lane and stopped.
Okay. Now, at this point, is this the point where you're saying that Mr. Clement is walking? He gets out the car?
He does, yes.
Okay. All right, if we could play it at this point. All right, stop it, please. Mr. Clement he just got done walking, correct?
He's walking right now.
All right. If we could play it from this point. All right, can you stop right there? Mr. Clement isn't walking anymore, is he?
Well, if I'm going to answer to that from what I recall, what I remember, I was already up, so I didn't see my husband. I was in the car, so I did not see him running.
Okay, but based off of what you just seen right now, you seen Mr. Clement walking, correct?
Based on what I saw, it looks like he's jogging a little bit, picking up his step.
Okay, and Mr. Clement is clearly ahead of your vehicle at this point when he's running, right?
That is not clear to me right now.
Mrs. Clement, can you speak up a little, please?
Yes,
Sure.
that's not clear to me at this
Okay.
moment.
You want to come a little closer to kind of see where Mr. Clement is?
Stand up and look if you're comfortable with that, ma'am.
Yes, he's in front of my vehicle.
So he's jogging to a point that was in front of your vehicle, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you would have seen Mr. Clement jog in front of your vehicle at that point, correct?
I didn't see him running that day, but based on this video, yes, I can see it.
And you were looking at Mr. Edgecomb at this time, is that right?
Well, what I recall was not at this point, no.
Okay, so you know,
You can read it, counsel, please make a record of either of you exactly where this is stopped, since there's a lot of testimony about this.
23 seconds. 23 seconds.
Can we see the whole video?
I'll let defense counsel ask questions after that. I'm sure Mr. Hibner will follow up.
so I guess the question, Ms. Clement, is, do you see Mr. Edgecomb at this point?
I can't see him at this point from this video, no.
Okay. All right, if we can play it just a couple seconds. And we stop right here. All right. You see Mr. Edgecomb at this point.
I cannot see him in the video.
Okay, you want to come a little closer if you need to.
I really can't see him. I cannot see him on the video.
Okay. All right, and Ms. Clement, you testified that Mr. Edgecomb brandished a weapon at some point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also testified on direct that you yelled out to your husband to warn him of the gun, correct?
When I saw the gun, I shouted out to my husband, he has a gun.
And you also testified to media outlets that when your husband got too close to Mr. Edgecomb, you yelled out he didn't hear you. Let's strike that. Did you testify earlier that Mr. Clearman did not hear you when you tried to yell out that he has a gun?
He did not hear me.
Okay, so you did yell out he has a gun.
I did.
Okay. And then you also you also made statements to media outlets saying that he got so close to Mr. Edgecomb that he didn't see it, correct?
I said as he was getting close to him, he didn't see it.
Okay, so Mr. Clearman was getting close to Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
He was coming up to him to talk to him.
Okay, but he was the one that was advancing toward Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
Yes.
Now I want to go into State Exhibit 83. It's the during video. Now, while the state is pulling up that exhibit, the option was available to contact 911 and report that Mr. Edgecomb punched your husband, correct?
Everything happened so quickly.
Okay. Mr. Edgecomb did not stop you from contacting 911 to report him, correct?
He did not stop me.
Yeah, there was nothing that Mr. Edgecomb could do to stop you from calling 911 to report punching your husband, correct?
No.
So you made a conscious decision not to call 911 and kind of take matters in your own hands, correct?
No.
Okay, can you explain?
Everything happened so quickly, I was stunned. My husband got punched violently in the face. His glasses flew off of him. I'm trying to figure out how to reach down and grab his glasses and think, okay, what do I do now? And at that time, when I'm thinking all this and I'm trying to drive, my husband says, can you turn the corner? I want to talk to him. And so I trusted my husband. He was calm. He said it in a very calm voice. And so I turned.
But moments previously, you saw your husband, after being punched, open his door immediately, correct?
I did not see that.
Well, we just went over the video prior to lunch, where we showed the video where
But I didn't see that when I was in the car when he got punched.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying that you didn't know that your husband tried to open the door to maybe proceed after Mr. Edgecomb while you were in the car, correct?
I did not see that, no.
Okay. All right, now we're at 13 minutes and 22 seconds. Now you testified on direct that, your husband didn't chase Mr. Edgecomb, correct?
He walked towards him. That's what I saw.
You never used the word chase, right? You didn't use the word chase, right?
Checks?
Chase. Proceed after. Pursue.
And when? Today or when?
At any time, have you ever used the words that Mr. Clearman chased Mr. Edgecomb?
I'm not sure.
I want to go to 15 minutes.
10 stops? Hey, ma'am. We don't. Yeah, okay.
I love you. I love you. Sorry.
So your husband got out of the vehicle at Brady and Holton and followed the guy up here because the guy was on his bike? Okay. Then you turn the corner to follow? Here. Were they fighting over here or something? Me? Okay.
You go from there. Stop it right there, please. Did you just say my husband got out the car, turned the corner, and chased him?
That's what I heard.
Is that true? As you testified today, is that a true statement?
A true statement that I said it here.
Yes. That's your recollection that he chased him. Now that you've seen yourself say it immediately after the incident, is that your testimony today?
I don't recall it.
You just seen yourself say that he chased him, right?
I did, but my memory from that day, I remember him walking.
Okay, a couple last things. Now, you spoke before about a red SUV coming up when you approached Mr. Clement's body at the time, correct? It was an SUV with two people, which you said was standing at the scene, correct?
There was a red truck behind my car and two people had stepped out of the vehicle.
Okay, and you requested the lady to call 911, correct?
I shouted out in their direction, please call 911.
Okay. Now, is it true that you were already on the phone with someone at the time that you requested that individual to call 911?
I don't recall being on the phone.
Okay. Was someone named Ivana?
Ivana. I called her after I couldn't call 911.
Okay. All right, and you testified before that you didn't call 911 because you didn't remember a 6-digit code, correct?
I was trembling and I couldn't get my fingers to, I remember the code, I just couldn't do it.
Okay. But you were able to put the code in to call Ivana, correct?
Afterwards, yes.
Okay.
I was able to just calm down a little bit and then was able to
Okay.
call her.
And what kind of phone did you have, Miss Clearman?
It was an iPhone.
Okay. And are you aware of a feature on an iPhone that you don't have to put a code in order to make an emergency call?
No. I mean, I know that there's the feature, but I that wasn't, my reaction was just to do the code.
Okay. All right. All right, no more further questions for you. Thank you, Ms. Clearman.
Thank you. State.
Ma'am, I just want to, staying on that phone call portion of it, you indicated once you were able to calm down, you were able to call Ivana. Is that correct?
Yes.
What got you to calm down?
Once I knew someone called 911.
And then defense counsel had previously asked you some questions about stating that, when you went to the body and you put your hands on your husband, you realized he was dead. And then they played you this one small snippet where you asked an officer if your husband was okay. Do you remember that questioning from earlier in the morning?
I do.
Okay. And defense counsel was stating, well, if you asked the officer if your husband was dead or if he was okay, that must have mean that you weren't touching or knowing that your husband was dead at the time. You stated you were in shock at the time, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to play the portions of that scene, but I want to play the entire portion like we did earlier so we can put that in context. Just one moment. Sorry, our equipment sucks. It's in a building built in the 30s.
The state keeps saying that, but yes, our equipment in this building is archaic. It's terrible, pathetic, embarrassing. And that's the best I can say about it.
Here we go. Nope. There we go. Now, ma'am, and for the record, Your Honor, I have State's Exhibit number 83 currently set up. This is Officer Doring's squad cam, and it shows, and what has already previously been played. Just so we're clear, man, we can see you in the back. Is that correct? Let me play it for you so you can see it a little bit better. And pausing at 3507, do you see yourself?
Yes.
And you're in the back of the squad by yourself, right?
Yes.
Okay. Playing from that portion. You can turn the air on for you too.
View message.
stated, no one's going to love me like you love me, my love. Is that correct?
Yes.
Continuing on. Okay, so pausing at 37:05. That's when we hear you say, he's okay, right? Is that right?
Yes.
After you had sobbed and exclaimed that no one was ever going to be able to love you like your dead love, your dead husband would ever be able to.
Yes. He loved me so much.
Man, was this a traumatic experience for you?
Very traumatic.
Maybe you were hoping for one moment that it was a bad dream, but you knew your husband was dead, right?
Overruled. You can answer.
Yes, I was hoping this was a bad dream. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe somebody could do this.
And just taking one small portion of what happened in the back of that squad and playing it without the full context leads you to a different conclusion than what actually was going on back there, doesn't it?
Overruled, that was a question. You can answer.
We're gonna need to use the microphone over there.
Right, everybody needs to use the mic. Please.
Ma'am, let me just put it to you this way. When someone takes just 1 second out of all of that anguish and only puts in that one question, that makes it kind of look different than what we just saw, doesn't it?
Yes.
Ma'am. I'm sorry. Thank you. Nothing else.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, ma'am. You can step down, you're done. Thank you. Who's the state's next witness?
State calls Detective Kirkwold.
Fine.
Sergeant Kirkwold, sorry, he's been promoted.
You raise your right hand, Sergeant.
Swear the testimony given in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Tyler Kirkvold, Tyler Kirkvold.
State, proceed.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
And how long have you been with the Milwaukee Police Department?
About 14 years.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I was promoted to sergeant in September of 2021.
And prior to being promoted to sergeant, how were you employed?
I was a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department for approximately 6 years.
What was your assignment back in September of 2020?
I was a detective assigned to the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit.
Who was your partner at the time?
Detective Alex Klabundi.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you employed as a homicide detective on that day?
Yes, I was.
Were you involved were you involved in that investigation?
Yes.
All right. Now, to begin with, were you involved in any way, along with Detective Klabundi, in an attempt to find security video at various different locations?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, there were a number of different security videos that were grabbed from various different places along the flight path of this suspect. Am I right?
That's correct.
At the time, did you have any idea who the suspect was?
No.
One area that I would like to talk to you about is Zanya's Pizza. Are you familiar with that place?
Zena's, yes.
Zena's. And in terms of that particular location, was there any video that was recovered from that location?
Yes.
Were you involved in the recovery of that?
Yes.
Now, regarding that pizza, or regarding that video, when did you go to get it?
That was on September 25th of 2020.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 52 and place it in the computer here. And as it pulls up, when you went to Zena's, or however we pronounce it, the pizza place, what were you looking for?
I was looking for any video that would potentially capture the incident or the suspect.
Just to be very clear, we know that the homicide had occurred kind of around the corner from Brady on Holton. Is that correct?
Correct.
We know that the punch happened just off of the pizza place, kind of a little bit to the west, and was captured on pole cam. Is that right?
That's correct.
So even though Milwaukee Police Department had the pole camera and had some video from Casablanca, you still went out to this pizza place to see if they had any video?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at the video, Sergeant, did you find any video that was of any relevance?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, I want to show you, and I have currently on the big screen, what is labeled Channel 5. Are you familiar with the location of where we're looking?
Yes.
Okay. So, as we're looking at this location, what street are we seeing here?
That's East Brady Street.
Okay, and what are we seeing right here?
That's the front of Zena's Pizza.
Okay, and if we go beyond Zena's, what are we seeing?
East of Zena's is Casablanca.
Okay. And I'm just going to place this on the large screen. So if you are looking down this camera, if we're seeing, we can see the front of in front of Casablanca. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this time hack that we have has it at approximately 7:37 on September 22nd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is the suspect going to be seen doing anything prior to this incident, about 10 minutes prior to this incident, on this video?
Yes.
What?
He's just going to be seen walking eastbound down the sidewalk with his bicycle.
Playing from that portion? pausing at 38 seconds, we could see the suspect bicyclist basically walking with his bike on the north side of the street, going past the pizza place, past Casablanca, and heading further west. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, Sergeant, going forward to approximately come back just a little bit. To 9 minutes and 21 seconds. As we are looking or discussing this Zanya's Pizza, are we eventually going to see the suspect riding his bike back westbound?
Yes.
Okay, playing from that portion. We can see what appears to be a truck pulling out, right?
Yes.
Okay. And pausing at 10 minutes and 45 seconds, we can see the suspect bicyclist now heading westbound. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as we're looking at this, you got a significant period of about 10 minutes. Is that right?
Yes.
Does the period of 7:45 p.m., would that be recorded in this?
Yes.
Recorded in this video camera? Is
Yes.
that right? Did you watch all of this clip?
Yes.
Did you see anything happening in front of Casablanca at 7:45?
No.
7:45 p.m. 7:45 p.m. on this video. Did you see anything?
No, I did not.
Okay, so just so we're clear, one of the things we're also looking for is this first incident where the Clearman swerved around the bicyclist who's on the north side of the street. If that had happened anywhere by Casablanca, that there was some missing video from 7:45 from Casablanca, this would have also captured, right?
Yes.
Was there anything that happened at 7:45 in front of Casablanca?
No.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 52 in evidence.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Detective, I'm trying to make this go as quickly as possible here. Were there a number of stills that were created from various different camera angles, and security camera angles, in an attempt to identify the suspect?
I believe so, yes.
There was one from Swing Park, is that right?
I don't know if I ever saw that still. I did see a still from Casablanca video.
And when this is happening, you are aware that the swing park video, even if maybe there wasn't a still, that it captured the suspect after the shooting. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did it show?
One of the camera views at Swing Park depicts the suspect coming from a walkway, which in that walkway is the stairwell where this homicide occurred at. The homicide occurred at the top of the stairwell. The suspect is depicted after the homicide exiting this walkway and coming out onto Water Street, getting on his bicycle and traveling, it'd be northeast on Water Street on his bicycle.
And when you're saying northeast on Water, just going to come back here for one moment to defense exhibit number D5. If we're on Holton and we're on Brady, and the stairs kind of go down towards Water Street, is that correct?
Yes.
Swing Park would be underneath Holton as it goes over North Water Street?
Yes.
Okay. As you go down to North Water Street, are there businesses or establishments that are kind of further east on North Water?
Yes.
What are those?
There's some taverns located in that area. There's farther northeast.
Off of this camera.
Off of the map, Water Street bends to the east and ultimately turns into East Kane Place as it intersects with, East Kane Place as it intersects with North Humboldt. At that intersection, there is Bel Air Cantina, and there's also a tavern called Fink's.
And Swing Park shows that the biker, kind of at a distance, ends up going towards that location on Water Street. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. Is this going to be kind of the beginning of NPD's attempts to follow him from security camera to security camera to see if maybe you can see where he goes?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, I have placed State's Exhibit number 53 into the computer. It's also warming up. And when you are saying Fink's, where is Fink's?
Fink's is located on the southwest corner of the intersection of Kane and Humboldt, or Water and Humboldt.
So Kane became Water, and this kind of is going to be continuing westbound, is that correct?
Correct. Kane starts at the right side of the screen, Water ends at the left side of the screen.
And this is, if we're going to be looking at this, was the time portion of the rat Fink's, was it off or was it accurate?
It was off. It was slow by 26 minutes, approximately.
How many?
Approximately 26 minutes, I believe.
Okay. So playing from this portion at 8 seconds into the video. And pausing at 7:24. So this is after the homicide, is that correct?
Correct.
And the bicyclist, individual, stops for a red light. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the firearm anywhere on his person at this time?
No.
Are you able to get a good picture of his face at this time?
No.
Playing from 15 seconds. Now, Pausing at 29 seconds. The bicyclist then did go through the red light, right?
Yes.
All right, well, no one gave him a ticket for that, did they?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Now, this is Rat Finks. What's across the street from that?
Across the street is Bel Air Cantina.
Both of these would be establishments, people in them, phones, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. Our suspect on the bicycle crosses in the red and then kind of just gets in the middle of the street, as we saw. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state removed State's Exhibit number 53 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection?
Fine, received.
You stated that across the street was Bel Air Cantina. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of Bel Air Cantina, was there also video that was obtained from that place?
Yes.
Just going back to 0 seconds into the recording. As we're seeing here, this shows us September 22nd. Is this camera accurate in terms of time?
No.
And how did you determine that this camera was off, Sergeant?
We watched the live feed of the video camera and compared the timestamp to the actual time, and we were able to determine that this camera was approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes slow.
So there appears to be a lot of cameras in the city of Milwaukee business establishments that have time hacks that aren't accurate.
That is correct.
Okay. Across the street, what are we looking at here?
Finks.
Okay. And if we're looking, we can see there's a number of people just kind of out on the street, right?
Yes.
Playing from this portion at 0 seconds. Pausing at 16, we can again see the same bicyclist suspect stopping for the red light, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Playing from that portion. And pausing. The suspect disappears from view, is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state removes State's Exhibit number 51 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection?
Received.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant. That was the portions of the video you guys were looking for and continued on trying to find the suspect. Is that correct?
Yes.
What was the point of following these videos down this line that you could find?
There were two goals that we had. One goal was to attempt to get a clear video of the suspect's face in order to help identify him. The second goal was to try to figure out where he was going in order to identify him.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 86 and 87 and 88. You had indicated that you were familiar with stills that were taken from Casablanca as well as Finks and Bel Air Cantina. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you it's been marked as 87. Does that appear to be at least that one still from the Finks establishment?
Yes.
Okay. And if we turn it over, where does that appear to be from?
That appears to be a still from the Bel Air Cantina.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 86. That's one of the ones from Casablanca on the front page, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then on the back, what do we see?
That is another still, it appears to be from Finks.
Okay. And 88, what are we looking at there?
This is a still that I believe came from Casablanca.
Okay. You can kind of see the Casablanca in there, is that correct?
Kind of see what? I'm sorry.
The Casablanca right there in the photo, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at this moment that you are looking and attempting to follow the suspect, this is all you got, right?
Yes.
Were there periods or stretches where you found no video?
Yes.
You looked for it, you just couldn't find it.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state would move state's exhibits numbers 86, 87, and 88 in evidence.
No objection.
Fine, received.
No further questions at this time.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Dr. Carpo.
Good afternoon.
Now, I just want to understand your role in this investigation was that you were the lead detective, correct?
Detective Klabundi was the lead detective.
Okay, you were right underneath Klabundi, is that right?
I was his partner at the time.
You was his partner?
Yes, I was his partner.
Okay, so are you second in command, or do you both kind of share that responsibility?
There's no first or second in command. We work the case together, and we work the case as a unit together as well.
Okay, so you both share the responsibility as lead detectives, correct?
It's generally the person who documents the crime scene who's deemed a lead detective.
Okay. So you didn't document the crime scene, is that your testimony?
Detective Klabundi wrote the crime scene report documenting the details of the crime scene.
Okay, and when it comes to video evidence, did you hold the responsibility of kind of viewing the surveillance and determining what you want to download?
From the places that I went to, yes.
Okay, so you also would have access to Fusion, right?
Yes.
And Fusion is a Milwaukee Police Department video poll cam, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you went through the evidence that was on the poll cam and decided which parts were relevant for download, correct?
No.
Okay. What did you do?
I obtained video from, I was working with Detective Alex Klabundi when we both obtained video from Finks and from the Bel Air Cantina and from Zena's Pizza and Lakefront Brewery.
Okay. So who downloaded the video from Fusion?
Detective Fidel downloaded the poll cam video.
Okay. So Detective Fidel would have been able to view all the evidence, all the video that was available, correct? Right? He would view everything that was available from the poll cam footage, correct?
I don't know what exactly he did and how he did his portion of this investigation. I just know that he did obtain a portion of video from the poll cams.
Okay, let's take away this situation for a second. I just want to talk generally, what is the proper procedure? So generally, when you go to Fusion, you would look at all the video footage and determine what parts are relevant, correct?
Yes.
And then you would have the sole responsibility of deciding what is relevant and what is not, so that you can determine what parts you want to download, correct?
Correct.
So when it came to the video that was produced from the poll cams that would face Brady Street, where you captured a punch, right?
The punch was captured on the poll cam.
Right, and then there was also the incident was captured on poll cam as well, correct?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to review that footage that was captured, that was downloaded by Detective Fidel, correct?
Every detective on the unit has the opportunity to review any video that's obtained.
Okay, I'm not interested in other detectives right now. You had the opportunity to review that footage, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, when you looked at the 1 minute and 34 seconds of video, did you make any other inquiry as to any other video that might be relevant?
No.
You decided that 1 minute and 34 seconds was relevant, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, do you recall who was the first officer on scene on September 22nd of 2020?
I don't know who the first officer on scene was.
Okay. If I represented to you that Officer During was the first officer on scene, would you have any reason to deny that?
No, because I know that he was on scene.
Okay. Now, the state just asked you questions regarding about the first incident, right?
About the first incident?
Well, what about video that was related to Casablanca, correct?
Yes.
And you testified that from the video footage that you reviewed, you didn't see any incident that occurred on the video from Casablanca, correct?
No.
Can you tell the members of the jury where did the first incident occur?
I didn't testify to what I viewed on Casablanca video. I testified to what I viewed on Zena's video.
I'm sorry?
I didn't testify to what I viewed on Casablanca's video. I testified to what I viewed on Zena's video.
Okay, so when you just were up here, when the state were asking you about what the video from Casablanca would have shown, you're saying that you didn't view video from Casablanca, correct?
Correct.
So the 7:45 p.m. video from Casablanca is not what you were referring to when the state was asking you that question, correct?
We were speaking about Zena's video.
Okay, so you've never seen video at 7:45 from Casablanca, correct?
I observed stills from Casablanca, but I may have seen the Casablanca video, but I'm not certain.
Okay, so you can...
One thing, Zena's Pizza also captures Casablanca. So whatever happened in front of Casablanca was on the Zena's Pizza. That's
Okay,
what we
Steve. Let's clarify it. Go ahead.
Detective Kirkwood, do you know where the first incident would have occurred at that involved Mr. Edgecomb and the Clearmans?
By first incident, are we talking about the punch?
Just went into an alleged first incident because he never saw it on video.
No, sir. We're not talking about the punch. You are aware that there are allegations in this case that involve a vehicle striking Mr. Edgecomb, pushing him onto another vehicle, with a word being yelled out, "What the heck," or "What the fuck," or something to that nature. Are you aware of that allegation of that first incident?
Yes.
Do you know where that first incident would have occurred?
No, I don't.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what efforts did you make to find out where the first incident might have occurred?
I know that officers attempted to view video, or obtain video from farther east on Brady. As far as my portion of the investigation, I obtained video, the video that we just discussed from the flight path.
Now, as the lead detective, you manage other officers, correct?
At times.
You give them direction, right?
At times.
You give an officer during a direction on September 22nd, 2020, correct?
I'm not certain if I did.
So you don't know what efforts other officers might have made to determine where the first incident would have occurred at, correct?
I do know that other officers attempted to view video farther east on Brady.
Okay. Did you ever take Miss Clearman in a car and ask her, can you please show me where the first incident would have occurred at? Did you do that?
I did not.
Do you know any other officer that did that?
No.
Now, there are certain duties that officers have when they're the first officer on the scene, correct?
Yes.
And what are those duties that they have?
In an incident like this, check the victim, try to assist the victim, get medical attention for the victim, let other officers that are responding know what their needs are, secure evidence, secure the scene, block traffic, things of that nature.
Okay. And when you said secure the scene, what does that mean?
That means secure any evidence, secure any witnesses within that immediate area.
And is there such thing called as preserving the scene?
Yes.
What is preserving the scene?
Preserving the scene is essentially the same as securing that area, blocking traffic, restricting foot traffic from that area, putting up tape so citizens know that there's an active investigation and that no evidence or anything like that gets moved or tampered with.
Okay. And why do you put up tape? What is the significance of putting tape around a crime scene?
To keep people out of that area that don't need to be in that area.
And you do that so that you ensure that a crime scene has not been compromised, correct?
Yes.
You do that to make sure that evidence cannot be removed from that crime scene, correct?
Yes.
And you do that to ensure that evidence is not potentially moved from one place to another place from the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
And you do that also to ensure that no evidence is also added to the crime scene, correct?
Yes.
Now, Detective Kirkbold, part of your investigation, did you learn that there were individuals who went to Mr. Clearman's body immediately after he was shot?
I don't know when I learned of the fact that an individual went towards Mr. Clearman's body, and we're talking officers or citizens?
Whoever. I want to know everyone that you know that went to the body of Mr. Clearman. Let's narrow it a little bit. I want to know who went to Mr. Clearman's body prior to law enforcement, medical, MFD, any of those individuals. Who went there that were like citizens? Let's start there.
I know for certain that Mrs. Clearman did.
Okay. Is there anybody else that you know would have approached Mr. Clearman's body as well?
I don't know offhand.
Did you make any inquiries as to who else might have went to the body of Mr. Clearman?
If he's never heard anything, why would he ask about it?
Sustained unless there's more foundation.
Mr. Detective Culver, are you aware that there's been testimony in this case that Ratrell Cameron was at the body of Mr. Clearman?
I'm not aware of any other testimony in this case.
Okay. Did you see Ratrell Cameron on September 22nd of 2020?
I don't know if I've ever seen that individual.
Or do you know if any other officers would have gotten statements from Mr. Cameron about what he's seen or witnessed on September 22nd?
Sustained without more foundation.
Detective Carbo, are you aware that Stephanie Trotter was in a red SUV that
He may be aware if someone was in an SUV overruled. You can answer if you know.
I don't know that name of being in a red SUV, but I do recall a red SUV in the vicinity from cameras.
Okay. And do you ever recall Stephanie Trotter making any type of statements in this case?
Judge, Your Honor, they want her statement Caller, this is hearsay.
I hear that. It's hearsay. They want her to testify, she can testify at some other point in time.
Detective Kirkvold, did you make any inquiry as into who was the owner of the red SUV that we see in a 1 minute and 34-second part of the video?
Overruled, it may be relevant. You can answer, Detective.
No, I did not.
Do you think it would be important to find out who that person is pulling up to the scene at 1 minute and 34 seconds of that video?
Yes,
But you did not make that inquiry, correct?
correct.
Now, at some point during the initial investigation on September 22nd, do you recall Officer During coming to you and advising you that there had been an item removed from the crime scene?
The only item that I'm aware was removed was a wallet.
And once you learned that an item that you refer to now as the wallet, didn't you state that's a problem?
I don't know what I stated to him, but I can see how it could be a problem.
Can you explain to the members of the jury how that could be a problem?
If that wallet was on the person of the victim, at that early point in time in the investigation, we didn't have details about exactly what happened. If we learned that some individual removed something from the victim or touched the victim in a certain way, we needed to be able to articulate how this happened, why this happened, who did it, and where that item is now.
Now, Detective Kirkvold, did you make any inquiry as to why there was a wallet removed from the scene on September 22nd, 2020?
I don't believe I did.
Now, Detective Kirkvold, as we talk about compromising a crime scene, now you can confirm your knowledge of a wallet being removed, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know if there was other items, like a weapon, that could have also been removed from that crime scene, correct?
Correct.
You don't know if another item had been moved from one place and put in another place.
Objection, Your Honor, there is absolutely no evidence that anything was moved.
That's right. There's no evidence of that. Don't imply something else that there is no evidence of. None. There's been no evidence introduced in this case by any witness that is even close to that. That assumes facts, not in evidence. Sustain. Move on to a relevant question. Don't imply things that have not occurred and are not in evidence. Move on.
I'd like to now go to State 83, please, the during video.
I'm gonna start here at about, we've got about 45 minutes and 15 seconds. That should be fine. Council, you've got 45 minutes and 15 seconds. This is fine. We can play from here.
Showing everything, and then I had his wallet. Do you want his wallet right away? Or give it to the regular in the scene, to the. You get it back.
Can you stop it right there, please? Now, I just want to, before we proceed, Detective Kirkland, is that you?
No,
This is not you?
I'm sorry. Are you
There's two people standing here.
the subject wearing a suit coat is me. The subject not wearing a suit coat is Detective Kulbandi.
But okay, all right. Can we start from there?
Yeah, because that's actually north of like over here. The detective that took his wife to interview wanted me to give one of you his wallet. He said, let's just set that on his car for right now. I don't know where the wallet came from. I was
Can you stop
interviewing
right
her to
there?
get a.
Were you just advised that? Did you just observe where Officer During says, "Did that wallet come up out of him?" Correct. Come up out of him.
I think that was Detective Kulbandi. that
Okay,
asked
you
that.
were present for that, sir?
Yes.
All right. And he said, that's a problem, or that's not good?
I believe that's what I heard.
Okay. Can we go back 5 seconds, please?
Yeah, because that's actually north of like over here. The detective that took his wife to interview wanted me to give one of you his wallet. He said, let's just set that on his car for right now. I don't know where the wallet came from. I was interviewing her to get a.
You continue on. You go back like 2 seconds. Make sure.
It was on the hood of my car.
Can you stop it right there? Did you say incredible?
I believe so.
Okay. And why did you say incredible?
Because I was being given an item that we just learned came from the victim, and there was no account from where it came from.
Okay. And that's a problem when items come up out of victims, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now at this point, let's play from here.
Me. We didn't take it. No. So we came. We were coming westbound on Brady. Looked at you. We got humble.
You got anything else you gotta do right now?
No, they took my
With the
witness.
other cops that you
I know
got.
where's wallet.
That wall,
Yeah, I got you.
just so we know.
Yep. Thank you.
Can you stop it right here, please? So, Officer During is given a direction at this point to find out where this wallet came from, correct?
Yes, by Detective Kulbandi.
And that's an important issue in this case, right?
Yes.
Keep it till you playing the video, please.
I can check. Negative. No. Hey, Rick.
I'm live.
We got his wallet out of his pocket. He's wallet come down. It's on the hood of our car. Detective wanted to know where it came from. I didn't get it. We were supposed to here. Who went in his wallet? Did MFD?
No, his wife did.
His wife?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
She got it.
Okay.
It was either MFD or his wife. Those were the only.
All right, let me go ask MFD.
Can you stop it right there, please? So at some point in time, there's evidence that's come about the victim that the detectives and the police departments don't know where it came from at some point, correct?
Yes.
And that can be problematic too, correct?
It depends on the situation.
Well, in this situation, that could be problematic, correct?
It has the potential to be problematic, yes.
You continue playing.
Hey, sir, did any of your guys pull the victim's wallet out of his pocket? Or have his wallet by any chance, or see his wallet? No, you don't know. Thank you. Okay, fabulous. Hey, did any of you guys see his, we have his wallet, did any of you guys see it, or did you remove from his pocket to get his ID or anything like that? No one? Okay, good.
No, we didn't search for. How did you get?
One of the officers. Okay, probably. So, you know what, none of you guys got it, then his wife must have got it. His wife?
We didn't reach for ID or anything.
Alright, cool. So his wife must have gave it to someone, because my partner got it, and he either said it was the wife or MFD that gave it to him, and none of the MFD guys said they took it, so his wife must have had it.
Your partner is the first cop that ended up having it?
Yes.
Okay.
And that's Rick Mo.
Just to confirm, you stated there was no follow-up as to why that took place, correct?
By me, no.
And you're not aware of any other officer that followed up on that issue, correct?
I don't know.
And you know that you've learned that there was other individuals, even outside of Ms. Clearman, that was present at the body at some point or another, correct?
I don't know how present they were, how close they got to the body. I don't know.
Did you ask those questions to any of those individuals?
I wasn't the detective that was conducting the interviews of those individuals.
Did you follow up with any officers who were conducting those interviews?
Directly, I don't remember doing that, but we do have briefings where we share information.
Okay. Do you remember that information being shared in one of those briefings?
I don't remember.
Detective Turbo, I'm showing you what has been marked as defense exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I believe so.
What do you recognize?
This appears to be the top of a stairwell, and it looks like the same stairwell where this incident happened.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of that stairwell?
I don't know, because I don't know where this photograph came from. I don't know who took this photograph, and I can't be 100% certain that this is the stairwell.
Now, you spent some time at the stairwell where this incident, finally ended at, correct?
Yes.
How much time did you spend at that stairwell?
I don't know how long I was on scene there.
Did you go back any other days outside of September 22nd?
I believe I did.
But you're not for certain.
I'm not certain what days I went back, but I know I've been back to that stairwell and that alley, that walking path at the base of the stairwell, likely on the 25th when I was attempting to get video from the area.
And when you perform the investigation as the lead detective, it is important to consider all alternatives, correct?
Yes.
It's important not to be biased when conducting an investigation, correct?
Correct.
It's important not to jump to conclusions, correct?
Correct.
Was there anyone searched that you are aware of who would have been present at the Mr. Clement's body at any point on September 22nd, 2020?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part.
Was there any searches conducted of anyone's person who got close to Mr. Clement's body?
Not that I know of.
No further questions, thank you.
You didn't search MFD? I mean, they were close to his body, weren't they?
Yes.
Okay. Also, additionally, defense counsel was asking you about, oh, you found out about the wallet, and this is when an officer goes, hey, got the victim's wallet. You say, where did it come from? He didn't really know, did he?
Correct.
That's a problem, that the victim's wallet, we don't know how it gets to an officer, right?
Yes.
Okay. But if we look at the exact same body cam, they didn't play this, I'm gonna play it. 6 minutes and let's go to 2 seconds. When we first encounter the victim's wife, let's play from that portion.
Okay, let me get his ID. Yeah, come on, let's walk her.
Okay, so Officer Doring didn't remember that he and his partner had gotten it from the wife. We can see get it from his wife, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot going on, right?
Yes.
Even officers can get caught up in the adrenaline and the emotion.
That's correct.
Okay, so even though in this same video where we see Officer Doring get the wallet from the wife and say, give me his ID, 40 minutes later, he doesn't remember where the wallet came from.
Correct.
Okay, that's one of the great reasons about having the body cam is that problem was answered in the MPD body cam itself. Mystery solved, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, under any circumstance, no one should ever take an item from a crime scene, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay, give me a circumstance where it's okay for an individual who's a citizen to take an item away from a crime scene.
As a citizen, no.
Okay.
It's not acceptable.
Ms. Clearman was a citizen, correct?
Correct.
Now, you've also learned that there was a knife in Mr. Clearman's pocket, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know who all touched that knife, correct?
I know that it was found in his pocket and it was removed by the medical examiner.
Okay. You don't know who all touched that knife on September 22nd, 2020, do you?
Only from my point being there and the medical examiner removing it, I don't know if anybody else went in his pocket prior to that.
So it's possible that somebody else other than Jason Clearman could have also touched that knife, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there was no DNA taken of that knife, correct?
I don't know that.
No more questions.
Defense counsel said it's possible that someone else other than other than the ME touched the knife. Do you have any evidence whatsoever that you're aware of that anybody before the medical examiner went into Mr. Clearman's pockets?
Only the fact that Mrs. Clearman had his wallet. Other than that, no.
Now, the wallet coming from the back pocket, is that correct?
I don't know where the wallet was removed from.
Are you aware of how Mr. Clearman was situated prior to the officers arriving on the scene?
Yes.
How was it?
Face down.
On the stairs, is that correct?
At the top of the stairs.
250-pound man, correct?
I don't know his weight, but I would imagine
So
roughly.
for someone to get into his pockets, someone would have to move him, probably pick him up, and get a hand into that pocket in order to either put something or remove something. Is that correct?
No, it doesn't. Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Additionally, no officer allowed Miss Clearman to take the wallet, did they?
No.
A distraught wife went to his body and took his wallet before the cops even got there, right?
Yes.
No more questions.
All right, you can step down You done? Good. You can step down, detective. Who's the state's next witness? What's the situation with the witness that may be called out of order?
Well, we still got time, so I'd like to use my time if I can.
Who's next?
I don't know yet, hold on.
Who's going in the hallway? If you take a short break, you guys can be honest. Yes, no, maybe? Okay. When he comes back, we'll take a break. Remember, we're going to take a 5 or 10 minute break for the jury so you can stretch your legs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, leave your notepads where they are. Follow my bailiff out. I'm not going to insult your collective intelligence by telling you the rules for the 795th time. So, see you in a few minutes. All right, jury's out off the record. 5 to 10 minute recess. 5.
Yes.
All right, the jury's back. Sir, if you can stand, raise your right hand.
I do. Sure, it's Nathan, Nathan. Last name is Butz, Butz.
How are you employed?
I'm a sergeant for the Milwaukee Police Department working in the homicide unit.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About a year and 4 months.
And prior to being promoted to sergeant in the Milwaukee Police Department, how were you employed?
As a detective for the homicide unit.
And how long were you a detective?
About 7 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the homicide of Jason Clearman that occurred on September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved in that investigation?
Yes, I was.
Now, just turn on this TV here for a little bit. Here we go. Did you go to any location in an attempt to find some video?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go?
I went to the address of 1220 East Locust Street.
Now, I want to just kind of orient ourselves in regards to where we're talking about. That is Locust in approximately what?
It's this little street called North Dousman Street.
Okay. And when we're looking right now at State's Exhibit number 55, which I have currently up on the big screen, what street do we see in front of us right here?
Sure, in the top left portion of the video here, that's going to be East Locust Street.
Okay, and so when I said right here, that's going to be that street we can see running from left to the top right portion with a kind of a, like a Jeep on it at 1 second into the video, right?
Correct.
Okay, now if we're looking down this ramp that we can see dead center in the video, there appears to be some sort of intersection or another street. What street is that?
Sure, that intersection at the top portion of the screen there is going to be North Dousman Street.
Okay. Now, detective, when you are looking for security video, you're part of this team of detectives that's attempting to track where the suspect may have gone. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Some detectives catch him from the homicide scene. We see him going down Swing Park, out by Rat Finks, the taco place. Now, if you head from where those videos capture it, is there some sort of bike path or path that kind of empties out over around here?
Yes, there is.
What can you explain what that is?
Sure, it's a small bike path that runs right by the Milwaukee River there. It runs south to north and north to south. Exits right here on the top of the screen is going to be Gordon Park. Continues to East Locust there.
Okay. So you are attempting to see if a possible path of a bicyclist. If anybody's gonna pop up here in the area, after the homicide, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, was this video completely up to date on the time hack that when you were looking at?
The date was correct, however, the time was slow by 6 minutes.
6 minutes, okay. So, I'm going to go forward to approximately 4:20, let's go 7 into the video here. I'm going to play from that portion. Detective, what did we just see?
Sure, in the video, what you just played, it shows a bicyclist enter from the left side of the screen, riding what would be westbound, and take a right or northbound turn onto North Dousman Street. The bicyclist is wearing a white t-shirt, what appears to be tan pants, and a dark colored vest.
Okay. Now, if we're looking at this, sorry, Sergeant, keep demoting you. He takes a right onto Dousman, is that correct?
That's right.
Can you tell me a little bit about this street, where it leads to?
Sure, North Dousman is actually an L-shaped street. It actually goes northbound and it turns right to a smaller street called East Roadsmead. It's kind of an L shape and it dead ends.
Okay, so this is basically a dead-end area.
Correct.
Okay. Now, at this point, you've been able to locate the suspect wearing appears to be the same clothing as our shooter, our unnamed shooter at this moment, comes and then goes on to the Dousman.
That's correct.
Where are we going to see him do on this video?
Well, he rides his bicycle westbound on East Locust and then takes that right turn northbound onto North Dousman Street.
Okay. Playing from 4 minutes and 32 seconds into the video. And then he disappears from view as we pause at 4 minutes and 35. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving forward now to 9 minutes and 36 minutes into the video. This is approximately, what, 5 minutes later?
Correct, approximately 5 minutes.
What would that have been in the real time of that day?
Well, the video was started at 8 o'clock real time, so 9 minutes into it would have been 8:09.
Playing from that portion at 9 minutes and 36 seconds into the video. And pausing at 9 minutes and 49 seconds into the video. What do we see here, Detective?
Sure, what you see on this video is from that North Dousman Street, you see a subject now walking southbound on North Dousman and then take a left turn going eastbound on East Locust Street on foot.
Is the bike he's no longer has the bike?
Correct, no longer with the bike.
Is there anything else that appears to have changed?
Well, it appears the subject is still wearing tan pants, white t-shirt, and a dark colored vest, but it appears he's got a backpack on his back.
Playing from that portion at 9 minutes and 49 seconds. And pausing at 9 minutes and 52 seconds as he disappeared from view.
That's correct.
Does this suspect bicyclist ever come back to this location that you're aware of or could find on the video?
Not that I could find on video.
Okay, so the bicyclist after the homicide goes somewhere into this area, this dead-end area of around 20 houses, and then emerges now with a bike, with a backpack, and no bike.
Correct.
At any point in any one of these little videos, could you see that he had a firearm on it?
No.
All right. Now, Detective, you basically are starting to think that maybe there's some location within this Dousman area that might be associated with your suspect.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions, and the state moves to exhibit number 54. 5 in evidence.
Received. Cross.
Just very briefly. So Detective, Dousman Street, can you just tell us in general, where is that in relation to Brady or Holton Street, that intersection?
I don't have the exact distance from Brady Street, but it is a short bike ride.
Okay, is it north?
Yes, it's north of Brady Street, correct.
Okay, and are you familiar with the intersection of, well, let's just be more specific, Bel Air, Cantina, Finks, that area?
Vaguely, yeah.
Okay, do you know where in relation to that intersection, which I believe is Water Street and is it Kane Place? Around that area, do you know what I'm talking about?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, well, let's just keep it simple. Bel Air, Cantina, Finks, they're on the same intersection, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay, do you know where Dousman is in relation to those locations?
Yeah, well, if you continued westbound on East Locust, you'd come to North Humboldt Boulevard, and you could take that directly south towards that area, yes.
Okay. Did you have any other involvement in this case, or was this pretty much just it?
This was my investigation, was video recovery.
Just this one location video, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
State.
Just one more thing about this location. This street Locust, you talked about if you had gone kind of further down the street, you get to Humboldt, if you take a left, that would have taken you to Finks and Bel Air, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So would it be fair to say the direct route from Finks and Bel Air on the roads wasn't taken? There was kind of that bike path area that was taken.
Yes, that's correct.
Something you'd take a bicyclist.
Yes.
If you just continue down Locust, pop up here, instead of turning on the Dousman, you continue down to Locust, continue west down to Locust, could that take you to a police station?
Yes, that's correct. There is a district station on 4th and Locust, which is further westbound.
Okay, nothing else, thank you.
Defense. You can step down. Thank you. State's next witness.
Your Honor, I am going to call, there's someone I actually hope to do later in the case, but I'm going to take him right now because he has to get back to his state. We're going to call Trooper Richard Ellis from the Kentucky State Police.
Fine.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I think.
Please be seated. State your full name, spelling first and last, for the record.
It's Richard Ellis, R-I-C-H-A-R-D. Last name's Ellis, E-L-L-I-S.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a trooper with the Kentucky State Police.
How long have you been with the Kentucky State Police?
I've been with the Kentucky State Police for 5 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention specifically, sir, to March 4th of 2021. Were you employed as a trooper with the Kentucky State Police on that day?
I was.
Okay. And on that day, did you have an encounter during, like, a traffic stop with anybody in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Your Honor, could the defendant please lower his mask?
Yes.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do, yes.
Okay. Can you please tell me where he is and what he's wearing?
Yeah, he's seated to my right. He's wearing a gray suit.
And there's a lot of gray suits.
There's a lot of gray suits. He's on the left side? Yes, he's on the, well, I guess he'd be on the left if I'm looking at it, yes.
He's on our left, their right.
Yes, yes, yes.
And I guess, does he have a tie clip on?
I can't see that far. He's got a dark colored tie.
Okay, dark colored tie. Okay. Now, Your Honor, may the record reflect that the trooper has identified the defendant?
He has, yes.
Now, sir, in terms of this traffic stop, when you encountered the defendant, his hair has changed a little bit since then, is that correct?
It has, yes.
We'll get back to that in a little bit. When you first encountered the defendant back on March 4th of 2021, did he tell you that his name was Theodore Edgecomb?
He did not, no.
What did he tell you was his name?
He told me his name was Agu Newman.
Say that again.
Agu Newman.
Agu, A-G-O-O?
That's correct.
Newman, conventional spelling?
That's correct.
Did he give you a date of birth for this name?
He did.
And what was that date of birth?
It was January 12th of 1986.
Did the defendant tell you anything about whether or not he had a driver's license?
He did.
What did he tell you about that?
He told me he had a driver's license out of the Bahamas.
Like the actual islands of the Bahamas?
That's correct, yes.
Did he tell you where he was en route from and to?
Yes, he told me he was en route from Texas to Paducah, Kentucky.
And the vehicle?
He was en route from Texas to Paducah, Kentucky.
P-A-D-U-C-A-H?
That's correct.
Now, did he provide you any photo identification or driver's license or anything other than just saying, I'm licensed in the Bahamas?
No, he did not provide me with anything.
The vehicle he was driving, was that listed to him or what was the deal with the car?
No, it was a Hertz rental vehicle.
And did he tell you who rented the vehicle for him?
He did.
What was the name he told you?
Ruby Mazel, I believe.
Ruby Mazel, R-U-B-Y, Mazel, M-I-Z-E-L-L.
I believe so.
Were you actually able to confirm that that vehicle had been rented by Ruby Mazel?
I was.
And where had it been rented from?
From Wisconsin at the airport.
Milwaukee, Wisconsin?
Milwaukee, yes.
At the airport?
That's correct.
Now, you're talking to who you think is at the time Agu Newman, a registered licensed driver from the country of the Bahamas. Do you come to realize that that is not his name?
I did, yes.
How did you realize
I
that?
performed a search of the vehicle. Inside the vehicle, I located his identification.
And what was the name in that identification?
Theodore Edgecomb.
Okay. And in addition to the name Theodore Edgecomb being on an identification for the defendant, did you guys check his fingerprints?
We did.
And did they come back?
They did.
What did they come back as being wanted on something?
It did return an active warrant.
For what?
There were two warrants actually, one for bail jumping and one for murder.
For homicide.
But that's correct.
Now, Trooper, in terms of, you found out he was wanted for homicide. Once you learn his true name, do you ask him if that's his name?
I warned him again, if he's given me the proper name. No,
And what did he say?
He didn't speak anymore.
Did you observe anything in the vehicle?
Clothes, a cell phone.
Now, when you ended up getting the defendant back to the station to be taken into custody, did you allow him to make a phone call?
I did.
Did he say who he was going to call?
He told me he was going to call it law, an attorney.
Did he call a lawyer?
No, it didn't appear to be.
Who did he call?
It appeared that he had called his mother. It was a female.
And what did he tell her?
He told her where he'd been arrested, and that she knew what to do.
To show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 90.
Judge, we're objecting to this photo.
Because
Unfairly prejudicial. What would you look at it?
fine.
We discussed it, the objections overruled, the state can show the detective, the witness, or the officer.
Exhibit number 90. Do you recognize the person in that photo?
I do. This is Theo Edgecomb.
And is that the manner in which you encountered him?
Yeah.
Okay. Placing state's exhibit number 90. One moment. I would move state's exhibit number 90 into evidence at this time.
There was already an objection, but it's overruled, it's received.
I have no further questions on this witness.
By the way, that exhibit was on the screen for maybe 2 seconds. Defense, questions?
So when you did encounter Mr. Edgecomb that day, he wasn't confrontational, right?
No.
He wasn't hostile or anything, right?
No, he wasn't.
He was cooperative, right?
To an extent. He lied to me about it.
No, I understand about the name Agu Newman, but other than that, I mean, he didn't resist you or anything like that, right?
That's right.
That's correct, right?
Yes, that's right.
He certainly wasn't violent or aggressive, correct?
That's correct.
All right, no further questions.
He wasn't honest. Thank you.
Anything else from the defense?
No.
Thanks, Trooper.
State calls Detective Tanham.
You solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated, state your full name, spelling first and last for the record, please.
Michael, Michael, Tanham, Tanham. EM. Sir.
So how, not if?
I'm employed.
He was assuming you're employed.
I'm a sergeant in the Milwaukee Police Department.
I'm glad you still have a job. Now, how long have you been a sergeant?
Been a sergeant for about 4 months.
And prior to being a sergeant, how were you employed?
I was a detective with the city of Milwaukee.
And what was your assignment?
I was assigned to the homicide unit for approximately 4 years.
Now, I want to draw your attention to September 22nd of 2020. Were you involved regarding a homicide investigation that occurred on that day in which Jason Clearman was killed?
I was.
Now, in particular, I want to draw your attention to the address of 2916 North Dousman. Are you familiar with that address?
I am.
Okay. And what was your involvement with that address?
Sure. I responded to that address along with the tactical enforcement unit to execute or to assist in the execution of a search warrant regarding a homicide investigation in which Mr. Clearman was the victim.
And to be clear, Milwaukee Police Department had, pulled security stills, gotten some video in an attempt to figure out who this possible suspect shooter was. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you received some tips as to a possible identity. Is that correct?
Correct.
Including people associated with the suspect's family.
Correct.
And who is the person that people associated with the family told the police was the suspect?
Theodore Edgecomb.
Now, as a result of that investigation, were you able to secure, along with other members of the Milwaukee Police Department, a search warrant at 2916 North Dousman?
Yes, a search warrant was drafted, applied for, and approved.
Now, I want to kind of go bit by bit in terms of some certain items that were recovered. I want to start off down in the basement. Were you present for the recovery, or in fact recover yourself, items down in the basement?
I was.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 56. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it was a bicycle.
Okay. And as we're showing as State's Exhibit number 56, I'm going to do a close-up on State's Exhibit number 57. That's not just any bicycle. That appears to be a specific type. Is that correct?
Correct.
And if we're looking here at State's Exhibit number 58, what do we see that it is?
It's a GMC Denali with the number 700. Green, primarily black with some green stripes along with the white lettering of the GMC Denali.
Okay. I'm also going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 59. Do you recognize that?
I do. That's the handlebar portion of that same bicycle.
Okay. Now, this bicycle appeared to match the bicycle that had been used by the suspect. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 60. Did you have portions of the bicycle swabbed for possible DNA?
They were.
Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 56 through 60 in evidence.
Objection.
Received. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 61. Do you see where we're looking here?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
That's a bed which is located in the northeast bedroom of the address at 2916 North Dousman. That's going to be one of the bedrooms in the residence.
All right. Now, I'm just going to see if I lower, we can see that there's some things on the bed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Appears to be, we can see some documentation as well as a piece of paper, some things with a name on it. Do I have that right?
Yes. The two that I can see are two scrub-a-dub receipts that have the name of Theo E., which I believe to be Theo, believed to be the defendant in this case. And then there's also a handwritten sheet of paper, a handwritten envelope with the name of Theodore Edgecomb on it.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 62. Can we see that?
Yes, it's the handwritten envelope with his name. And then there's also what I believe is a YMCA athletic membership card.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 63. Can we see that card in a little better relief?
Yes, that has his picture in it along with his name, Protect.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit, I'm going to move into evidence 61 through 63. Now, we had talked about a number of those documents. I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 79 through 81. Actually, before I do that, let me make sure the defense is seeing it. While they're doing that, I'll move on so we don't have too much time. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 64. And let me move that back just a little bit and come out. Now, Sergeant. Who was listed or who lived at this residence?
I believe her name was last name Menzel, along with Mr. Edgecomb.
A Ruby Mizell, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And was she present when the search warrant occurred?
Yes.
All right. Now, what are we looking at here in State's Exhibit number 64?
That's a closet in the same northeast bedroom. In that closet, I can see one of the two magazines for a firearm. There's also a Farm and Fleet bag with paperwork as well.
Okay, now, before we get to the Farm and Fleet bag, I want to just talk about State's Exhibit number 65. You said 2 items.
Correct.
What were they?
Those were Ruger 9mm magazines. One of them was loaded with 9 unfired cartridges, and the other magazine was empty. I believe both of them had a capacity of approximately 19 rounds apiece. As I stated, one was loaded, one was unloaded.
I'll show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits numbers 75, 74, and 76. I'd ask you to take a look at those for me.
Can we open it, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Now, Detective, sorry, just dealing with something. To begin with, taking a look at State's Exhibit number 76, when we opened it, and we pull out, what was in there?
Cartridges,
What caliber?
9mm.
Okay. How many of them were there?
9.
Now, the state would move State's Exhibit number 76 in that.
Received.
Now, additionally, you referred to 2 other items that were recovered. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And which one was in which? 13 and 15, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if we are looking at these, what are these?
Those are magazines for a firearm.
And when we're referring to a magazine, we're not referring to like Sports Illustrated, are we?
Correct.
What are a magazine in terms of firearms?
A magazine is it's an item that goes into a firearm, into a semi-automatic firearm, in which cartridges, live cartridges, are loaded into the magazine. That magazine, once loaded, fully or partially loaded, is inserted into a firearm. After a firearm is fired, rounds that remain in the magazine chamber into the firearm, and it's used in a semi-automatic firearm, those are magazines for a semi-automatic firearm.
Are these, in fact, the 9mm magazines that were recovered from that residence with Ruby Mizell of paperwork to Theo Edgecomb?
Yes, there was paperwork in the room to Theo Edgecomb and paperwork to Ruby Mizell, yes.
Okay. And just to be very clear, these are the 2 magazines that were recovered from there, is that correct?
Correct.
Horrible question earlier, I apologize. Your Honor, State Move 74 and 75 in evidence.
Received.
Did you find any firearm?
No.
Did you you look for one?
Yes.
Did you attempt to see if any other firearm-related evidence was recovered?
We did.
Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 71. Does that show the shorter magazine in a certain way?
It does.
And what does that show us?
It shows that magazine, which is loaded with the cartridges that we just had up here in front of me on the table.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, the state would move State's Exhibit number 71, 65, and 64 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Steve?
I also want to draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 72. I'd ask you to take a look at this for me and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
What is it?
It's a firearm cleaning kit, in particular a pistol cleaning kit, which is located on top of a bassinet in the same bedroom, child's bassinet.
Child's bassinet, and we have a pistol cleaning kit on the top of it. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it specific to a caliber, or is it just for any pistol?
Any generally cleaning kits or any pistol, and I believe this one is just for any pistol as well.
Any pistol?
You said it again. You said it again.
Detective? Generally pistol or cleaning kits are universal for pistols, but I believe this was just a universal pistol kit. I don't believe this was a pistol kit particular for that gun.
Okay. State moves State's Exhibit number 72 in evidence.
Any objection? Received.
Now, you found magazines, you found a pistol cleaning kit. You had previously mentioned that there was a farm and fleet bag, or I should say fleet farm. I don't want to forget two brothers own the same basic, similar businesses. But in State's Exhibit number 61, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a Fleet Farm bag.
And
Plastic.
what, if anything, was recovered inside that?
Paperwork for a firearm.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 68. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
That's a look inside of the bag, which holds the paperwork. It's a photo of the inside of the bag, which has paperwork in it.
Okay. And if we are looking here at State's Exhibit number 70, what are we seeing there?
That's a firearms order form.
And what is that form related to?
The purchase of a firearm from Farm and Fleet.
Does it have a serial number on it?
I believe it does. I don't see it here.
Additionally, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 78. Do you recognize that paperwork?
I do.
What is that?
This is the same form that's pictured in the on the screen.
And what form does that tell us?
That's the firearms report, and this does have a serial number that's on it.
Okay. Now, in particular, from the receipt, can you tell us the caliber of the firearm that was purchased?
Yep. A 9mm.
Didn't find one enough.
That is correct.
State Move 78 in evidence.
Received.
All right. Now, last, I'm just going to go through very quickly State's Exhibit number 79 through 82. You previously have taken a look at some of these. Can you tell me what they are?
They are the scrub-it-up receipts, the YMCA card, along with a piece of mail with the name of Theodore Edgecomb, along with the handwritten name on the outside of an envelope, and a pay stub with the name of Theodore Edgecomb.
So a number of different documents connecting Theodore Edgecomb to this residence in Dallas where the bike was found. Is that correct?
Correct.
The state would move 79 through 82 in evidence. Objection.
Received.
What day did you do this report?
September 28th.
Of 2020?
Yeah, correction, September 28th of 2020.
So approximately 6 days after the homicide, the Milwaukee Police Department has a possible identity.
Correct.
About a week later.
Yep.
And search warrant, Ruby Mizell is there, but no defendant.
Correct.
No Theodore Edgecomb.
That is correct.
No gun.
Correct, no gun.
Nothing else.
Ross.
Thank you.
All right, you can step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this time, because the defense has a witness that is only available today, we've agreed to allow them to call their witness out of order.
Fine. Who's the witness?
Your Honor, we called Mark Robinson. We would ask the court for 5 minutes so that we can bring our witness in the hallway, please.
5 only. It's already 4:05. 5 minutes. Take a brief recess. Ladies and gentlemen, can you follow my bail out, please? All right, please, recess off the record. As you heard before the break, first of all, it's past 4:15. We're gonna go over about another half an hour and then we'll break. I appreciate your patience today and over the last number of days. This next witness is a defense witness. The defense is calling this witness. He's being called out of order. After this witness is done, either today or Monday, we'll continue with, I think there's hopefully just a few more states witnesses. Make sense? All right. Sir, can you stand, raise your right hand, be sworn in, please?
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. State your full name, spell position, and last.
My name is Mark Robinson, spelled Marobinson.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robinson. Where are you employed?
The name of my company is Authentic Forensics.
Okay.
Authentic Forensics.
Use the microphone, speak up, please.
Sorry.
Mr. Robinson, where is your business located?
In Wayne, New Jersey.
Okay. And what services do you provide?
I provide analysis, enhancement, and authentication on audio and video files.
And how long have you been providing these services?
Full-time since 2014.
And if you could tell us a little bit about your education.
I have a degree in electronic engineering technologies. I'm a certified audio-video forensic analyst, and I'm also a certified cybercrime examiner.
Are you involved in any forensic organization?
I'm an expert for the state of, an audio-video forensic expert for the state of New Jersey, Office of Public Defenders. On the board of directors of the Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners, and I serve as the education chair. I'm also the manager of Forensics, Audio Video Innovations and Solutions, which is a professional organization with over 6,000 active members.
Okay. And have you had a paper published in an industry magazine?
I was published in July of 20 in eForensics magazine.
And have you ever testified in federal court before?
I have.
Okay. And where was the last time that you testified in federal court?
Last time I testified was in Sioux City, Iowa. Case was State of Iowa versus Dwight Charles Evans.
Okay. And what was that case regarding?
It was a homicide.
And who retained your services in that case?
The Woodbury County Prosecutor's Office.
Okay, so in that case, you worked for the prosecution, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And my office contacted you about a surveillance video we wanted you to examine and enhance. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how did you receive this video?
I received it electronically through a secure file transfer.
Okay. How did you begin your examination of the video?
Whenever I receive a piece of digital evidence, first thing I want to do is create a working copy. It's called a working copy. So how you do that is you take the original file, you run it through a program that generates a hash output. The hash is a long series of letters and numbers, and you can think of it as kind of a digital fingerprint of that file. It's unique to that file only. I then made a copy of the original, ran a hash on the copy, and reviewed to make sure the two hashes were the same numbers and letters. And once they were, now I know I'm working with an identical copy of the original file.
Okay, and after making the working copy, what did you do then?
I then imported it into a program called Video Cleaner. Video Cleaner.
And if you could explain to the members of the jury, what is Video Cleaner?
Video Cleaner is a forensic enhancement and tamper detection software. It was originally designed for law enforcement, and then the developers released it to the public. The program is an open source, which is important because that means all its filters and tools are subject to peer review. I've contributed to the development of that program, and I'm also certified as an expert in its use.
Okay.
Certified as an expert in the use of Video Cleaner.
And you were compensated for your services as it relates to preparing the forensic video, correct?
I was.
And if you could explain to the members of the jury, what was your fees in this case?
To clarify the video, I charged $8.95 to render the videos.
And as far as your testimony here today, what is your fees related to that?
I charge a flat rate of $2,000 per day. It includes my expenses like hotel and ground transportation.
Okay. And what is the total cost that you received as far as compensation for the testimony that you provided today?
Total cost for this case approximately $5,500.
Okay. All right. With that being said, I want to now go into what is being marked as defense exhibit number defense 25. Mr. Robinson, what are we looking at here?
This is the video that I exported out of Video Cleaner. So the original video, my goal is to improve the viewability of the video. So I adjusted the levels to make it a little brighter in the darker regions. I also added a little sharpening to make the details a little clearer.
And if we could go ahead and play the entirety of the video, please. Now, Mr. Robinson, there was another version of this video that you made as well, correct?
That's correct.
And that other version would be named Clarified Zoom Sequence, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Now, Mr. Robinson, if you can explain to the members of the jury what changes did you make in this video?
In this video, I applied additional enhancements. Because the subjects are moving away from the camera, I applied zoom so you could follow their actions. I also paused it on certain frames. I annotated the video. Annotated means when you add like arrows or descriptive writing. In this case, I used a red circle. I also took a segment of the video and rendered it in slow motion so you could see the actions more clearly.
All right, go ahead and play the Clarified Zoom Sequence. Mr. Robinson, were both those versions a fair and accurate representation of the original video, with the exceptions to what you just testified that you did to those videos?
Yes, they are.
At this time, we move defense 25 into evidence.
And Jackson?
There's more on 25 than what you played. Are you moving everything on 25 then? Yeah, just those two there, yeah, no problem.
Fine, admitted.
No more questions for you.
Nothing, thank you.
All right, you can step down. Hang on.
No, I'm good, thank you, forget it.
Step down. To state as another witness, we can at least start with that person.
Honestly, Judge, I just saw what the defense gave me right there before, so I thought it was gonna take a little longer, so I didn't have any other witness, I thought this was gonna take some time. I don't have anything else.
How many additional witnesses are you expecting Monday?
4 or 5,
All of them relatively short?
fairly short now.
All right, that being the case, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for today. It's 4:30. Obviously, or hopefully it's obvious, I'm trying to push forward as much as possible and get as much testimony in as I can. I appreciate, as I said earlier, all of you being patient, being here on time, being back from lunch on time. I certainly appreciate all of that. My initial estimate was we'd be done on Monday. Now I think Tuesday is more realistic. So, a few things. Obviously, as you've heard all week this week, I'm going to ask that you not watch any online reporting of this case or TV reporting of this case. If there's a newspaper article or anything of that sort, I ask that you not read it. If anything's passed along secondhand, if somebody puts this on your Facebook page or somebody forwards you a text or an email or anything related to this case, please ignore it. The evidence that you are assessing and you need to consider is the evidence, the testimony, the witnesses, the video, and other things that have been shown to you over the course of the last 3 or 4 days and over the next day or two. I trust that you will follow that instruction. Given that it's the weekend and instead of just overnight, it's a couple of days, please don't discuss this matter with anyone else. Don't discuss it with your family, your friends, your neighbor, anybody. You all remember the story Mr. Gibner told during voir dire that includes your neighbor, best friend, or even your bartender. Please don't discuss it with anybody. Certainly, again, I appreciate your efforts. The lawyers appreciate your efforts. There was a lot of testimony today. I don't know about you guys, but that's the first time I ever noticed the difference between farm and fleet farm. I'm dead serious. I've never noticed that in my entire life, that there were two separate firms. But years ago, I presided in a probate case and in a probate court. I can tell you what probably happened is that's a multi-million-dollar company. It was probably left to one or two siblings. They got in a big fight, and they resolved it by one being Fleet Farm, one being Farm and Fleet. So, you learn something new every day. Have a good weekend, everybody. Go Packers. We'll see you on Monday at 8:30.
Your Honor, before we go, I talked to your clerk pointed out that 68 to 70 had been moved in.
68 and 70?
68 and 70.
Fine. They're received. Again, go Packers. See you on Monday. Mary's been excused. We're done for the day. We're off the record. Back Monday at 8:30.